Good evening, everybody. Trying to get together and trying to get things together in terms of start times. So I did. I didn't start at 7 sharp just because I was finishing dinner and I wanted to get some reading done. But we are at least within the window again. And my hope is that without too much more, there's always a little bit of a worry that that there will be some interruptions that come up. But I think. Um, my hope is that we will that this is kind of a sign of things to come. Just a reminder, I don't want to spend too much time talking about scheduling and things like that, but when I take a look at what's coming up in terms of just possible interruptions to the stream, next week 6th to 10th I don't see anything. I do know that the 11th is Remembrance Day, so I would certainly want to observe the day. However, that does fall on a Saturday this year. And so as a result, I suspect I will have the 13th off. I'll maybe double check that because that exists in a weird state of not being an official holiday, but I think most people treat it like that. And then the one bit of awkwardness that will be created by that is on the 22nd. That is the third. No, my apologies. The 15th is actually the third Wednesday of that month. So it is possible that I may actually have to miss 2 streams that week, given that the local game dev meetup may be happening that same week. And that's actually going to be a little odd because I believe there is something coming out next week that I would like to start covering. So there'll be, let's say, some possible interruptions in terms of Book of Hours. It's not going to quite be like Phantom Liberty, where I primarily stream that for a while. But there may be a couple of interruptions for Book of Hours just as I cover a few other obligations. But with that in mind, we will make the most of the time that we have today. And we actually have some fun stuff coming up. Now, one thing actually I just remembered, I was going to take a look at the patch notes to see what happened with the laundry. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. If you're worried you might be stuck, there's usually another way. So let's take a look at the Cosley update. So welcome to Hush House. Tips. These are in the loading screens, but from the FAQ department. If you're new to Book of Hours, you may not realize just how far you can zoom in. Playing on Steam Deck, we're not verified yet, but switching from window to full screen will help. Read everything. So the patch that we're on is 2023-10C11, Cosley. And yeah, I'm mostly, again, I would really love to read all of these patch notes, but there's so much that has been added to the game that I don't feel like I can do that without taking up a substantial time from the broadcast. So what I'm specifically interested in here is the laundry. So the harp in the windlit gallery is a little different, but on new saves only, so we can't see that. Librarian can now burn correspondence. You'll no longer get 2 simultaneous Numa incidents when playing on 6 times speed. Actually, you know what? I may need to grab my pencil. I'm going to make a note of a few things I want to do over the course of this playthrough, so I will be back in just a second. So what I'm mostly interested in here would be the Hall of Division. Something like the Hall of Division. I don't think I normally use that a lot for crafting. And so this is one of these cases where again, I want to run recipes through just so I can get the update in. So I'm going to do that on a to-do. Okay. Where are we? Swimming in the sea is now possible, though not always wise, and a swimmer should ensure they know where their towel is. So I am kind of curious. So originally I thought this was just a fun little line, but given the fact that it asked me for something, when I swam, I suspect this has to do with the laundry. Examining fabric no longer destroys it. Fresh, clean linen now has restorative properties. I'm assuming that's related here. Added an extra quarter-second delay to the room preview window. Added a revert button to crafting helper menu. I don't need to read all of this, I suppose. Missing connection, lucid tarot, ronoscopy, stone. This is, I'm pretty sure, the astrolabe that they're referring to. Okay, yeah. So it's quite clear here that well, to me, it seems fairly clear that the laundry thing is that is a new addition. And it seems to me quite clear that they do not want to tell you how that works, that you're going to have to figure that out. And that's fine. I don't know if I will dedicate a lot of resources to it. If you used up your starting ink, don't worry. There are lots of ink pots in the house, and you can learn to brew your own ink. But yeah, figuring out laundry might be the other thing that I want to figure out, so... Now, I should have... Hopefully I've given enough time for people to kind of come in. I also got a little bit of the... Oh! What have we got here? I wonder if the towel is some specific attribute or if it's only fabric, because otherwise we might use odd items as towels. So we do actually have a little bit of information on this. So we've got a basket of dirty laundry. Once washed, it'll be suitable again. So scale, thing, woven, and soiled. But we also have a basket of clean laundry. Or clean linen, a nighttime luxury. So heart, thing, woven, and restorative. So I think probably the restorative... Actually, come to think of it, yeah. So for restorative, there's the... basically, it's the same as... it's kind of like having a drink in bed, basically. So the question would be whether or not the drink is... So if the requirement would be restorative, then that's fine. I guess one of the funny things about it is Eigengrau does not strike me as a hot drink, but if restorative is the factor, then, you know, a cup of hot tea or the winter, you know, the winter drink is you know, something that you can use to restore yourself after a swim. But alternatively, I mean, the thing is I don't believe we were given a guide in terms of what the actual like the not sorry, let me think of the right way to put it. I don't think we were given a guide in terms of what that would accept. I think it would just sort of accept stuff at oh, we've got Bilbino. Thank you for the great content, top librarian. Thank you very much for saying so. And thank you for your subscription. I'm trying to remember when that would have happened. It says you've been with us for 2 months. So, but I haven't seen a recent sub notification. So I'm going to assume that this happened. I'm going to assume that this happened a few weeks ago. On that note, actually, a few of you I noticed followed between Friday's stream and now, so I don't know what happened to get people noticing the stream, but I am grateful for it, so thank you for that. Oh, you just did it. Where's your Ark of the Covenant opening? That's a good question. Because I'm also not seeing that. I'm also not seeing that in the list of activities. If you would really like to see the Ark of the Covenant opening, I can hit the button for that. But before we do that, I will just give a quick note here that I was given a copy of Book of Hours from Weather Factory for promotional purposes. I am clearly a very big fan of the game. But you can look it up on YouTube. It's not that hard to do it. But yeah, like I say, you know, I'd like to think that my opinions are genuine and that it's easy enough to sort of see how these I don't know, like I think it's easy enough to see how the like where my enthusiasms lie. But it's always good to disclose this sort of thing. I was a Kickstarter backer for Cultist Simulator, so I didn't need to, but it is something that I need to remember to do for Book of Hours, just because it's never really clear what the finishing period for it is. I sometimes forget, but it's always, where I can, it's good to remember these things. All right. There's our Ark of the Covenant. So, we are restoring our whist. We're halfway through the day. I seem to recall that I basically idiot-proofed the day for myself. I'm trying to remember why I have a curious hunch right now. But yeah, I kind of idiot-proofed the day for myself. Oh yes, I think the curious hunch was so that I could read The Road to Janus. But we are learning Cracktrack from Schaller. That's going to open up these texts for us, including more Newman. No problem. Thank you for your subs. So I seem to recall The Road to Janus, we're going to be hoping for a little bit of luck in terms of memories. But again, that's life. We gotta learn to live with that. I wanted to feed the living relic, or hungry relic in this case. But let's actually take a look at the desks that I'm currently using. I think handling the desks is the best way for me to try and make sense of the day. And then we'll see what the next steps are. Okay, so we've got Forge the Kindled Flame. That is the Carmine Petal, so that's one we know that we're going to complete. That also seems to be the only thing right now. So I had a couple of other tasks that I wanted to do. So if I recall correctly, I don't think I investigated the chairs. So we'll investigate some garden chairs in the Physic Garden, and then we will move up. So I was using my Fascinated Faust to be able to just study a few things throughout the house, learn a little bit more about the location. What else was I going to do? So the Road to Janus was one that surprised... Oh yes, I was dealing with the cursed books, but I think those are all taken care of. So we will have 5 more books that I can read tomorrow. I wouldn't expect us... You know, we've got the lessons that are happening, but I wouldn't expect anything too dramatic. Yeah, so my last step here really is just to figure out exactly how I'm reading this book. It seems to me as well that my shaft is somehow used for something else right now. So Can't be. Nope, nope, there it is. So in this case here, what have we got? So we've got a... Nope, that's Rose, so that's not it. So I have my notes from before. Okay, well let's actually just take the time to work this out from the start, because I don't seem to have written this down. Also, I've already got horns and ivory, so I don't need to leave myself a note on that. Oop. Sorry, I keep banging the microphone. I hope that's not too disruptive for people. Okay, so road to Janus. So the shaft gives us 2. We've got, there's no knock tool for us to use, but we do have 2 from Vac. At the moment, the best that we've got is a Curious Hunch. Now, it might be worth seeing if I can try and upgrade that. I don't think I'm not entirely sure how to navigate those waters. I'm not entirely sure the way I would handle that with the mic. But welcome, Catastrophically Emma. Okay, so I suppose at minimum we have the Curious Hunch. We might want to take a look into our other opportunities here. Although, if I recall correctly, we actually think we tried... I think we might have tried to make something higher with a Curious Hunch, and we found that there wasn't a higher level knock memory. So I may want to plan accordingly. And then as far as skills are concerned, we're as high as we're going to get with that. So preliminal meter gives us 10. So in total, 2 with Shap, 2 with Vac gives us 4. 4 with the Curious Hunch gives us 8. Wait, really? Why was I so worried then? Yeah, we can read this without a problem. You are much further than me in this. I have like 6 or 7 rooms unlocked. Okay, well, I'll give you... So first of all, I have 2 advantages. Number 1, I was somebody who participated in the beta. So I got a head start. This isn't the same save as beta, but I definitely got a head start in terms of some of the details. And then I have been playing since the game was released. So I don't know if you just recently started the game or if we've been playing in parallel and the distance is further. But I know you're just making a side comment on this, but I actually think it's worth talking about because I got an interesting comment on YouTube yesterday about the idea of sort of a more role-playing oriented approach to the game or not. No, not that awful. Just got the game a few days. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, no. So I'm actually quite slow in this game. So one of the things that I've been doing, just to change things up in terms of, actually, I'd love to know what got you into it, if you don't mind sharing. But one of the things that I sort of did to keep things a little interesting for me after the beta was I decided that I was going to hold off committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. There is one item in here which wound up giving me a rather useful whist, but for the most part I've refrained from doing that. And it wasn't originally supposed to be some kind of challenge run. In fact, I believe there is someone on the Reddit who has actually completed a run without committing anything but the initial journal for the extra tryst. So like it's not an effort to do any kind of challenge or something like that. It was more so for me just to see how far I could get in the house without sort of augmenting my abilities. And the problem is that, you know, once you start making some progress along those lines, it's really hard to decide what's going to be the time you start committing things to your element, like you start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms to get the elements of the soul. And so in this case here, we've quite literally unlocked the entire house with essentially the original elements of the soul that we had, which is a fun challenge. It taught me a lot about the game, which I probably would have had to pick up quite a bit later. But I would certainly not hold this as a model, other than, it is nice to give yourself some challenges to try and figure out where you go when you're stuck. So you said you're a big Cultison fan. It took you a while to get into this because your last couple of years have been absolute chaos, so it fell off your radar for a while I was dealing with life. Good reason not to follow a game. And I mean, this game did have a fairly long time between announcement and release. Not all of it was spent developing the game. There were other things that came up, but I'm glad that you were able to find it when you remembered that it existed and checked to see if it had released. Yet a few days ago, you were pleased to find it complete. Yes, in fact, this game actually has a number of updates already. So it's been out for about a month, there's been quite a bit in terms of updates, both in terms of adding new features, so like you can go swimming now, but just in terms of quality of life stuff and performance optimizations and all of that. So Weather Factory is not let up in terms of giving us new goodies to play with. Anyway. So it seems that I was a lot more worried about the road to Janus than I should have been. We'll take care of that tomorrow, I think. I'm probably going to sit on the Foss to see what the Carmine Petal gives us. I think it makes sense to... Well, I guess I did say I was going to put a recipe in the Hall of Division. Yeah. So this will accept a lantern. I guess the question is, what lantern thing do I want to add? I can't add the memory. Oh yeah, we're really short on what we can add here. So I can get Torg's Cleansing if I was so inclined. Disciplines of the Scars probably got to get me something. Deer Day Lens. Eigengrow isn't really a bad one to get, just because it's something I could use to restore elements of the soul if I was so inclined. Moth Gold Paint. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever made that, so we'll do this. This is purely just so I can reset the crafting station for the mirrors in the Hall of Division. Oh my goodness, we got a bunch of stuff in chat. So, good evening, Sister Jock. Hope you have a good stream. I've got the Lurgy? Sorry, I'm not sure what that is, but I completely understand. I hope you are well, and look forward to chatting. I always appreciate it when you stop by and say hello, even if it's just for a minute. You've been leaning towards management games of all types for the last few years because you got hit by a car and can't perform as well as I used to. I'm so sorry to hear that. But yeah, Book of Hours is wonderful for that because you can basically do things on your own time. You got good enough at Hollow Knight to beat the final boss on your first attempt. Now you struggle with some of the earlier bosses again, and I hate when your soul gets weakened, but you haven't worked out how to restore it yet. I will, just as a heads up, I will be restoring the Faust, but I'm fairly heavy on, so I'll give you a caution when I do restore the Faust in case you want to figure that out on your own, but I don't think I'm going to be doing anything that the game doesn't already tell you, but I'll just let you... Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not. I'm Canadian. The colonies don't have such terminology. Old English term for general illness, said almost like clergy. Thank you, Kier Charlie. Anyways, I hope you're feeling better. I appreciate the explanation from both of you, and I always do appreciate it when you stop by, whether it is the whether it's in the comments or just to say you're thinking of me, or any of the other ways that you all come and show some support. You're only half paying attention to the gameplay, to be honest, so you're multitasking in stone, so you won't remember everything. Good to hear. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Actually, it's funny you mentioned Hollow Knight, because that is one of the things I've been meaning to get back to for the game, in terms of games to play. But I know that a lot of my muscle memory is going to fall apart. I was on the God Home content, and some of those trials are quite challenging. So, yeah, I do want to get back to it, but I'm also kind of conscious of the time that it'll take. But yeah, I'm glad. Like, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to hold off playing the game on the chance that somebody somewhere may wind up spoiled. But I also think it's decent enough to just sort of let people know, hey, this is something that you might need to solve for yourself. You know, I give the appropriate warning where possible, and I figure that's kind of the nice way that that we can divide things. Okay, moth gold paint. Moths are seldom this color, neither bright nor dark. So this may be something that I can put into a recipe at some point. We'll add that to the shelf. Guess we could probably put it a little closer to the edge here. Now let's see what that did to the recipes. Oh, there we go. Actually, I wonder... I really do want to be investigating more of this area here, but I wonder if the same applies for the practice equipment. So if I hit that with a Faust... I could make a Refulgin, but I already know what that makes. Or sorry, I already have one, so if I wanted to experiment with it, that's not quite as interesting. I found that, so if I'm completely honest, like, it's not, I did give it a quick try, and it was not as difficult as I thought it was. In fact, there was a boss that when I went up against, what's his name? The guy from the circus. So I never actually had to fight him. It's only in Godhome that I've ever fought him. And I was convinced I would never beat that fight. That was actually the point where I had something else to do on stream, so I stopped playing. And yet, it wasn't all that long before I took him out. So I have gotten a bit lucky in terms of being able to remember the main features, let's say. But I will create a Refulgin in this case. Makes a pigment of blinding white, one that the church used for their rites before the dissolution. But you know, the fact of the matter is that I'm not looking to just beat one boss. I'm looking to go the distance on this. So it's you know, that's a minor win for me in the end. Oh, thank you, Grim. That's the one. The Nailsmith's final request. I don't remember, to be honest. This gives me another reason to pick it up in the future, then. You nearly broke your Switch defeating the Nightmare King Grim. Once you did, I'm not sure the satisfaction. How you doing, Algrins? Okay, so we were going to complete our little journey on the stairway. So we already know where William Harries is going to go, but in this case, let's find out more about him. William Harries, this bust is cast in highly polished bronze. Investigate this object. Yeah, well, the hope is, too, I know the Celeste team talked a bit about this. So Maddie Plays Games was discussing this. And their sort of view on the accessibility stuff is that they've put a lot of work into crafting a game that is carefully balanced. Like, I actually really like the way, I like the honesty. There are very few game developers who seem to be as honest as this. And I completely understand why. This is not some, like, you know, YouTube, you know, opinion guy, you know, trying to set up an unnecessary contrast. But The difficulty is that when people, if you're giving the, if you are not expressing the appropriate opinion, there can be very dire consequences sometimes, right? So it is very interesting to hear someone say, look, I put a lot of work into balancing this game out, and yes, I do feel that it kind of ruins that effort because I put a lot of specific effort into finely tuning this. But what I also liked, as I said, there is also a higher priority here, which is to make this game available to people who may not be able to, to experience it the way that I had intended. And in the end, I had to decide, is the, quote unquote, purity of vision going to override the need for providing people, an opportunity to have this experience. So it's kind of like this thing. It's like what I say about, audiobooks. I don't like poo-pooing audiobooks. I am a little more reluctant to use them just because I do tend to notice I want to quote unquote multitask, and as a result, I'm not really focusing on the book, at which point does it really count as reading the book if I'm not engaging with it? And I do think, like, the example I like to think of for myself is if I read a math text. Would I read a math text by audiobook? Of course not, because I wouldn't learn the things that I would learn as I would turning the pages. But this isn't some sort of an argument for like a purist's point of view, right? This is more, what am I gaining? What am I losing by acting in this particular way? And in this case here, I would love it if more people are able to experience more stories and that they're able to do it while they're busy. And that's why audiobooks are a good thing. But on the other hand, in the name of accessibility, we don't necessarily want to just suddenly say things that aren't true because, we want to encourage people. And I think Maddie Makes Games had the right line with Celeste, which was, I designed it a particular way, and this thing runs counter to the design that I had in mind, but I considered, this other factor to be more important. And my hope is that we will see more games, particularly for people who do want to enjoy them, that aren't in a state where they can, in terms of the, the initial plan, that more people kind of take that view, because I think it's the right one. So with any luck, hopefully Silksong takes a similar approach. Whenever that comes out. Also hope I'm not misquoting Maddie Makes Games on this, because I've not played a whole lot of Celeste. But like I said, it's just one of these things. I like it when... So there's, like I said, there's a huge... The fact that someone would be willing to say, it does actually mess with my design, there is the possibility that... I don't know what the reaction to that was, but I can see some people reacting very negatively to that. I think what saves it, of course, is the idea of saying that, there is a higher goal here, which I think is also the right way to look at it. But, again, it's refreshing to hear that kind of honesty, because I do think in general gamers tend not to give developers quite the same reasons to be as honest as that, unfortunately. So it's just neat to hear a practitioner's opinion on it. All right, have a good one, Kieran. All right, the Carmine Pedal Revisited, an apparently theoretical project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, which might permit the imprisonment of a renegade forge name, a very heavily revised edition of an earlier and even more controversial work. The book was evidently revised sometime after the Wars of the Roads had ended, but even then, this kind of discussion would have been politically difficult. Lionel suggests that the disciplines of the scar and hammer together would be necessary to create such a prison, but that either on their own would serve to release its occupants. So that was definitely a solution to a puzzle, which we already know, which makes me think that okay, that's a foresight, so I should add that to my list. It makes me wonder about my other puzzle. They went another way to make things successful. A ton of the features they added should be industry standards. All buttons can be remapped, assist mode, etc. Well, I will say some of that stuff is also like just difficult to do. Like in the end, like the to-do list of things that people like, I do know sometimes is not feasible for a project within within a certain scope. But with that in mind, I do definitely think it's worth it for some projects to try for sure. So you do have to say, as someone with cerebral palsy who's been hit by a car, I've noticed a big duality. There are a lot of games making huge strides in accessibility, such as the Spider-Man games, but then there are the Souls-likes that are striving to be punishingly difficult. Yeah, and I'm sympathetic to both views, right? Because like the thing for me about the Souls-like games is that they're actually, I think the thing that makes them work is they're much better at giving you the illusion of difficulty as opposed to them being like arbitrarily difficult. So I think they're very carefully calibrated to hit a level of difficulty, potentially even frustration, but never to push you over the edge to actually stop playing the game. And I the more I play them, the more I am convinced that there are some tricks that they're doing to convince people that this is like the most difficult thing that they have ever done. So that they feel that at the very end, they feel like they're a champion at the very end, and yet in reality, there are actually quite a few straightforward things to do, and that to a certain extent, I think some people have compared it to like Dance Dance Revolution, where you just need to hit like the right sequence of things in the right orders. Maybe not quite like that. But yeah, I mean the challenge here is that as soon as you give the option, some people are going to take it, and in this particular case here, right, it's ultimately the two different it's the two competing priorities, right? So just as Maddie Makes Games has sort of said, I considered the ability for a larger number of people to be able to play and enjoy this game was the driving factor, and I think that's I think they should be commended for that choice. I say this knowing that there is another side which says we actually think preserving the integrity of the experience is important. This is the game we wanted to make, and so we've decided to stick to that. And it's hard, right? Because to a certain extent, I understand that there's going to be a number of people who are potentially shut out of a game like that. But I also kind of need to acknowledge that for myself. There's a lot of old strategy games, so I love strategy, but the UI is just incomprehensible to me, and that I do not feel that there is enough reward there for me to spend the time to sort of to like really get the benefit from it. And there's even a modern set of strategy games nowadays that do sort of follow in that old 90s style of war game where they really don't care that much about the UI. Like they expect you to read a very long manual and to comprehend and retain all of it. And to a certain extent, there is a side of me that says, in the name of accessibility and enjoyment, like I would like it for that to be a more straightforward game, and I wish that they would put the effort into that. But on the other hand, I think they also fairly say it's like, we have other priorities, we have finite resources, and ultimately, our audience is comfortable with that, and so, perhaps this isn't the game for you, and they're probably right to say that to me. Now that's a little bit harder because to me, I'm sort of talking about my own convenience. Like in theory, I have the capacity to be able to play that game on my own. But yeah, I think in general, I would like it, and I think it makes a lot of sense for games to be as accessible as possible, to maximize the number of people who can play it. But I also kind of need to acknowledge that not every team is equipped and able to do it. And so the one thing I do wish would happen more often is that people would be developing tooling to make it easier to bring those kinds of things in. Because I would want a situation, ideally, where people are making conscious choices to decide, what the intended audience for their game is, as opposed to people looking at this and saying, it's like, we'd really like to make, a game that's compatible with text-to-speech or whatever, but, we just simply do not have the resources to be able to, to build up this kind of interaction from the start. Again, I give only one example here, so it's one where I try to have a little bit of sympathy for the challenges that people are up against, but in the end, you don't want these things to become an excuse for too long, right? You try Dark Souls 1 and 3 and you cannot make it past the second boss of either. Yeah, I actually gave up on Dark Souls for a little while because of the difficulty for one point, but I eventually got back to it. I quite like the series, to be honest, but I as much as I like the series, I do not like how it's kind of become this byword for like hardcore gaming. And I do think that some people are taking the wrong lessons from it. So I remember that there was a game jam that I was in, and somebody was like, the pillar of Dark Souls is difficulty, and I'm like, not really. And I was like, if you really wanted this thing to be like, if this is the central concern, right? Like if all of this is about difficulty, like why not just randomly remap the keys every few minutes, right? There's lots of ways that you can increase the difficulty of Dark Souls and still make it, conceivably beatable. But I mean, again, like this is a guy who's really convinced that they've figured out everything. I sure as hell don't know everything about game design. So, maybe he's right. Maybe the central pillar of Dark Souls is difficulty. But like I said, I think what it is, I think that game is a very, very good case study in terms of how you present the illusion of difficulty, much more than the actual difficulty of the game. I'm not trying to suggest that there aren't challenging parts. Like I said, I gave up on that boar in the first Dark Souls game. So I'm not trying to try and present myself as like John Gamerson, the most awesome guy at games. But with that in mind, like having played and enjoyed the series and have gone through it a couple of times now, I also kind of get to appreciate some of the tricks that they play on you to make it seem more difficulty than it is. Don't enjoy it. Life is hard enough. Don't want my gaming to. No. I think that's a completely reasonable way of looking at it. Sometimes let's chat mess with his keyboard control. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, playing Portal with a K. I've seen a few of those trick runs. I know there's like people who do Dark Souls. Sorry, I'm just opening my spreadsheet here. I do intend to make some progress in the game. But yeah, I know there's a lot of kind of stunt runs. So like in the end, the fact that I've beaten Dark Souls isn't really an achievement. Like if it's going to be about difficulty, like this isn't even really an achievement to a certain extent, just because people are busy doing it in more bizarre ways. Farming sim with an actual tractor is quite the flex. Okay, so I'd love to be able to level up disciplines of the hammer. We're gonna have to bring that higher than disciplines of the scar. I'm gonna feel like I need to wash after doing this. But yeah, that is gonna be a tomorrow job, especially after reading The Road to Janus. So we may not actually take advantage of the Cracktrack right away. But it is pretty clear that I'm not really gonna be able to do anything with the Faust. So let's I guess really what I would want to do... Well, I mean, I can always make money. That doesn't seem like a very exciting thing to do, though. So let's maybe start investigating some of the things that I couldn't... Oh, well, my consider's already used. But yeah, let's make sure we use the Faust for a consider on something in the house, which won't be consumed, I think is the big condition here. All right, William Harries. This bust is cast in highly polished bronze. William Harries, 6th librarian, priest, and nyctodromist, whose end has always remained obscure. And nothing happened. Which makes me think that either I need... Oh, here we go. Curate busts. Librarians past, present, future. I am the 12th librarian of Hush House. Sadly, there is no lantern cranial tchotchke. Much is lost, but we abide. I curated a perfect display of every Hush House librarian. I am the 12th librarian of Hush House, and I too will be remembered. Oh, an extra whist. Nice. I wonder if that is because I put the cranial tchotchke in here. Glow little color. All right, there's the Refulgin. Oh, I don't have any space for this. Okay. So I want to go back to considering objects, but I've got my Fost and my Whist to take care of here, so... I think it's a little late for me to try the gull colony at this point. I probably should have done that earlier. I did want to work out what the deal is with the dirty laundry here. Investigate the object. You won't use this up of consuming it by doing this. Alright. I hope the DLC lets us learn more about some of the previous librarians and DeWolfs. Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, there's so many different ways you can go with DLC on this, right? Because I know there is a feeling on the Reddit that people would like to see more... You know what? I think I'm going to use the Whist to make some money. No, you know what? We should still be able to investigate a couple of the other busts. But yeah, it's like there's so much that you can do. Now, I mean, the way that the visitors currently work, like that is a choice. Now, I suspect that choice may also just reflect the realities of. I think that may also just reflect the realities of how how you make a game, right? Like. It could be that maybe there was a more elaborate system for some of the visitors. It may be that there was a more elaborate system that was planned, and then some of the other stuff kind of took priority. But in the end, like the idea of these glimpses in the outside world, and you never quite know what the ultimate consequence. You get these suggestions in terms of what happens when the people visit, but it's never set for sure, right? You're not the main character in everyone's stories. You are the bit player who maybe doesn't even get a word, so they don't get the... There's like you get paid differently if you are an extra or like a bit player who has dialogue or doesn't have dialogue. So I don't know. Oh, sorry. You're sore. You've been moving a lot of furniture. One of the neighbors moved, and we have all been swapping furniture. You scored a bookshelf, super nice, oversized chair, and a futon. Oh, that sounds like a good run. I've started doing Apple Fitness Plus again, so everything's sore just because I've been kicking around. Tiberiosity, good to see you again. Were you doing Starfield again? I thought you were doing something different on your last stream, but I actually only remember you playing Starfield now. But yeah, in any case, like, you could see, so I definitely get the feeling that Weather Factory has been responding to player feedback, even player feedback that contradicts maybe the intention of the game more. So it may be that the DLC does pick up on some of these visitors more. But as you point out, and I'll be honest with you, this would be the most interesting for me, which is that if you get DLC, right, if you are getting an expansion to Book of Hours, what that is doing is unlocking even more of this very interesting world and history. I mean, I would be very tempted if there was an expansion like Exile, where you wind up going to one of the other libraries, right? Like the Ostorium or something like that. I know we'll never get that, but it would be very exciting to see that. And a new Cyberpunk playthrough. Okay, I didn't want to say Cyberpunk because it I thought you'd already done that, but Olaf, wonderful to see you. I've been trying to be a little more on time with my starts because I always feel bad whenever I see you sitting in chat waiting for me. But I hope you are doing very well, my friend. It's good to see you as always. It's kind of on brand for Weather Factory style, though. Cultist Simulator was hints wrapped in riddles with nothing really explained. Yep, nope. I definitely feel that that's on brand. I mean, in the end, right? Like the game, this game gives you opportunities to sort of, it gives you multiple opportunities to sort of figure out some of the challenges. So you're not completely left twisting in the wind in the way that maybe Cultist Simulator did, but still, there's enough meat there to sort of chew on, and if you need a hand, usually considering something will help you out. Yeah, so I'm always really curious about the whole dream thing, because I know a lot of people are saying that, like, oh, you know, we can't go to the Mansus and that. And I'm like, but I'm the Twiceborn. I can't go to the Mansus. Like, how do you make the Twiceborn interesting when every other legacy apparently is going to be running around in the House of the Sun? So you forgot with the clock changes we had. Oh, no. I mean, that would actually, I think I got a little extra sleep as a result of that. So, that was not, I was not taking attendance there, Olaf. I was merely acknowledging the fact that I'm somewhat on time. So, no librarian washes their own laundry. Perhaps I can find help in the village. I wonder... Who is the most likely person to do laundry? Oh. Right here. Have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. Shilling? Olaf. Thank you very much for resubscribing, Olaf. You've been here a preposterously long time. I thank you very, very much for that, and I will take a sub for somewhat untimeliness. Denzel will silently dry the laundry out over the forge without ever breaking eye contact. All right, let's figure out what else we want to do with the day. So. The funny thing is, I can't actually think of a lot of things. So, like, there's stuff I'd like to consider. Oh, wait, the mirror scope was one. So, yeah, that doesn't take an affliction. So we'll use the wisp for that. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. I've learnt enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Cracktrack. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Eggvein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. 2 nectar, 1 scale, and can be committed to illumination or preservation. More importantly, we have a couple of texts which likely have... the Newman that I want. Now, one thing that I could be doing with my Faust in between, which I haven't been paying as much attention to, actually, do I? I think I found out how to make Porphyryne, but I don't think I found out how to make Uzalt. But one of the things that I learned, I should have been doing a better job of making distinctions between determinations and histories, because they're two different things. So I could actually be using these Incastum Terminale to produce determinations, which will make the writing of the history easier. Now, I suppose technically, I'm assuming that I'm going to do something lantern-y. So, I'm not fully locked in on what it is. I think we found 2 determinations, but the text seemed to suggest that there might have been another one, so at least 3. But yeah, we'll figure that out through experimentation. But this has meant that I probably want to learn how to make the Incastum Terminale a little bit more readily. So, oh, actually, I forgot. There's a specific line that says that the midwife is not a laundress. So that is the one. That was the one that I felt safe on, actually. So we're going to take the foresight through Dream with us to... Wait. Yes, it's got lanterns, so I should still be able to take it. Mirroscope, bewildering and occasionally useful. Faint dents on the obverse suggests someone has taken out their impatience on this thing. Nope, we already figured that out. It has, yes. So I believe that came alongside swimming, and I think that linen, you can use the linen to, it's basically like making sure you have your towel with you. Alright, let's study some things in the garden. So consider a comfortable garden chair. Oop. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Oh, I think it's just going to turn it into the clean linen, like before. So I don't recall it being soiled at the start of the game. All right, fresh, clean, dry. Basket of clean linen, a nighttime luxury. Alright, comfortable garden chair. Amateurishly varnished, carefully stained. Shadows shift, sun bars follow. We will do the same for the other chair. This is the restful garden chair. Sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Most likely, but we don't know for sure because we haven't tried yet. But I will probably go swimming at some point. So if I can think of a situation where I would want something that comes from salt, I'll do it. Ooh. That sounds like a really good way of spending a day, catastrophically, Emma. You know what? We don't even need to wait for the weather. We're definitely going to read The Road to Janus. So we'll add the shaft here. Now we're going to need to restore the shaft for Disciplines of the Hammer, but that's fine. That's a known factor now. And back with its 2 knock. Knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. Oh, I forgot to put the foresight in the slot. That's a pity. That does just mean a little more effort over the course of the day. So we've got discipline. Actually, now is the time for me to work that out. So Disciplines of the Hammer is Forge or Edge. So let me just write those out. Man, I got a lot of old notes on here. Okay, so Forge Edge. Actually, tell you what, it's been about an hour, so I kind of need to go to the bathroom, and I know it's always a little awkward for me to like turn and read the spreadsheet and then write things down. So tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break now just because I've got a couple other things I can do anyway. I will run ads just to help with the pre-roll and things like that. But then I should just be able to go for a little bit longer, later on in the broadcast. So I will see you all in a little bit. If you, whether you just started with the stream or whether you've been here from the start, I would encourage you maybe to get a drink yourself, a stretch, do whatever you want. But I should be back in a couple of minutes, and we can carry on with the day's plans. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. My apologies for the sort of abrupt break there. But I did get some information that was useful, especially because I'm a little more short than I thought I would be. So when I take a look at the tomes that I can read, basically what I can get out of reading books would be Contradiction, Fear, Foresight, a Newman, and a Pattern. Those are what would give me Forge and Edge. Now on top of that, I can add Torg's Cleansing. And then Touch. So the good news is that I'm going to be able to get this up to level 8, but it turns out that there are not as many opportunities to level this thing up as I thought there might be. So it's kind of all hands on deck in terms of reading some texts, but that's fine. It's, you know, we've got we have the elements of the soul that we need. We also have the capacity to be able to make some of this stuff. The only question is, do I really want to try and bring in Reverend Timothy on this thing? Because it's very unlikely that he is going to wind up giving me a fear or a foresight. But you know what? I think I'm going to go for it anyway. So we'll speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. On top of that... Well, no, we'll use the rest of these to read books, but what our focus is going to be, so I'll take care of Contradiction, the Newman, the Pattern, and Torg's Cleansing I will get from... Well, Torg's Cleansing and the Touch I will get from my sick Faust. Now, the other thing we were going to do was try and read the books somewhat in order. So let me just consult my list here. Okay, an Exorcist's Field Manual, apparently. That would probably be one of the newer books, I imagine. This is the challenge with having everything spread all over the house like this. So again, I don't want to make this like a 20-minute search every single time I'm looking for a text, although I do want to I do want to make sure that I'm not ignoring certain texts just because they're inconvenient. But I figure we give it a once over, and then I'll maybe make a small note if I have trouble finding it. So we've got Cucurbit Prison Records, but I don't know what the other... All right, so we'll move on from that, I think. As the sun his course. Now, I don't really think there's a whole lot that I'm going to get out of that I don't know already, but that is the point of taking the time with this stuff. So, as the sun his course, use our health there. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So one filing system that's worked really well for me on the YouTube series is that to have a shelf dedicated to each type of memory. That is probably my preferred shelving method so far. But in the end, like, this is one of the nice things about the way the game is built, is that there's no perfect system, and in the end, it's up to the player to decide what trade-offs are most interesting to them. So, you know, like, if you want to keep the series together, you can, but you're not going to be able to organize them by memory or by mystery. You could organize them by mystery, and that also makes the library look very nice because all the colors are uniform. but it doesn't mean that you need to search for particular memories. You can organize by memory, but again, then you wind up breaking up the series, and if somebody visits looking for a particular mystery, then you're going to be scrambling around trying to find that out. And I like that feature. Like I'm quite certain that is intentional, but I also think it's a really good feature of the game. So. Okay, Book of True Blood. No, we read that one already. Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf for Forge. Or not Forge, for Fear. I feel like I've read that one recently as well. I actually have an idea for library organization, incidentally. It's going to be completely different from what I think people are expecting. But it might be a fun little side project. Okay, a Descent of the Shell, it would be the Forge text I'm looking for now. I'm not going to lie, I don't think I have that one. Let's look in the weird places first. Okay, well, there you go. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Foresight. Yeah, the fear and the foresight were the things I was hoping from Reverend Timothy. So I've really blown it now. Well, we can at least get the Bells of Ys from the Newman. This is Fusine, right? Yeah. All right, so I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, a little bit of a sloppy run on this, I will confess, but I will make do with what I've been given. Now, again, I would at some point like to try and make an effort at making the Yuzult, but I have. You know, I need to prioritize. So right now, this'll work for me. Okay, the restful garden chair. Sit here and listen to the trees grow or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Inlaid with green stained bone. So that's a welcome touch memory. Don't think I have anything else to do in the garden right now. We've already checked out the comfortable garden chair. So we will move up, and a lot of the stuff I think gets consumed if I consider it. So we're going to move straight. Well, we'll maybe take a look at the watchful potted plant. Cool. So it will give me some guidance as to whether or not I... So that counts as a flower. I imagine this would be consumed. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. I also forgot to ask catastrophically, Emma, what legacy did you wind up with? And how did you wind up choosing it? Did you just go for elements of the soul you felt related to you, the ones you thought were most interesting? I'm always curious how people come to well, I keep calling them, like I said, what would it be? Memory? Yeah, I don't know if it actually has a specific name for it, but whichever journal you wound up with. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. And I should be renewing my Faust here. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Fun cult-related fact, a guy your brother went to high school with tried to recruit us into a cult about 20 years ago. Then 3 years later, he went to prison for sacrificing someone in a cemetery with 4 other people. Good Lord. I'm very happy that, I'm very happy that you and the people you know are safe, but that is a wild story. Watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. A sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling, but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. Oh, here we go. I was looking for scent before, and turns out that it's nectar. Green scents recall rain. All right, that's very helpful to know, actually. But yeah, no, it's my reaction to that's partly there was a small place that I lived in where I'm never sure how much of this is just my parents getting like the hand-me-downs of the old like satanic panic of, I guess this would have been a thing around the 80s. But apparently one thing that was apparently true after we left this place, because again, it's a very, very small town with very little to do, but apparently there was a case of sort of animals showing up. So the version my parents say is that was kind of like cult activity, and the animals winding up, showing up. Like obviously this isn't a natural occurrence. Somebody's done something to this. And so, I mean, the thing is that from my perspective, knowing my parents' background or like their priorities, it could be that they're assigning the cult side to it. But on the other hand, right, like this is not the sort of place with, people who do that, you don't necessarily kind of want to be around. So I don't ever know whatever happened to that, but that's like the closest I've ever gotten through in terms of any kind of connection to that. And I suspect that probably was a motivation for my parents moving. But like I said, I mean, they're almost certainly going to color a particular event in a way that may not necessarily have been consistent with the facts. All right, investigate the object. Oh, wow. All right, we got a regret. Oh, wow. I definitely was not keeping good notes because regret is one I didn't have on my list. This is one reason why, like, even if it seems like the character's not going to bring something, it's not bad to sort of tilt towards their inclusion just because it's easy to forget. So I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Yeah, for sure. Like I think the point I'm trying to make on that one is more the idea that, I mean, so it's, I guess here's this is the worst example I could use for this, but I kind of think a little bit like the concern about video game violence, right? Like, it would be difficult to point to video game violence as a sole cause for someone taking the kinds of actions that they do. That's a really common story that people tell. And obviously, if you wind up reading those sources a lot, every single time you see a violent action taken, you're going to see, oh, they probably played video games, or you're going to hear something about a video game. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of people play video games now. The video game that could be played is Candy Crush, and you're not going to care that it's not Call of Duty. You're going to care that the person was your kitty is snoring. I didn't know you had a cat. I've seen you stream that many times to Curiosity and have not known you have a cat. I feel ashamed. Um, but yeah, like obviously that is a noisy signal to be drawing from. There are lots of people who, enjoy video games and do not kill people, and there are people who have killed people who like video games. Maybe even were drawn to, reenact something from a game. And likewise with my parents, right? Like if they, if they're getting the if they're getting the 1980s hand-me-downs in terms of, all the terrible things that their children will get up to, right? Every action of a disturbed person is really just the satanic cult that is going to, steal us away and either brainwash us or use us in a sacrifice. Regardless of whether or not this is someone who even follows through with any of that stuff. Could, obviously the reason why they're doing it is because they listen to heavy metal, not because of the cult activity. So it's always a challenge to identify. Your ex-wife would tell everyone she wasn't a gamer, and I was like, honey, you play games on your phone like 9 hours a day. Why are you yeah, this was always the big one for me, because I noticed this at work sometimes. People know I play games, and as a result, sometimes if there is work that comes up and there's a gaming angle, and I'll point it out, and like, that kind of person, right? You kind of roll your eyes every time they bring up a thing because they like always bring it up. I don't actually bring it up that much unless I think it's relevant. But the point I try and make to the people who will listen, which is that, like, everybody put your phones at, like, show me your start menus, right? Or show me your most recent apps, and almost every single one of them are going to have some kind of a game on it, right? Show me someone who doesn't like Tetris, or, maybe we can accept crosswords or Sudoku because those aren't, like, necessarily digital games, right? They probably had their main popularity through print media. But like, the fact of the matter is everybody's a gamer now. Now, not everybody's sitting down and playing like The Witcher 3, but it's weird that people are trying not to consider themselves, a gamer. Anyways, hunting journals of Brian DeWolf. Brian DeWolf, the son of the third Baron Brancrew, gives advice on hunting in the Bounds. It is clear from Brian's journals that he sought unorthodox trophies and put them to unorthodox uses. He was in fact hanged as a witch at the age of 24 and never inherited the estate. Brian describes how a sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these fur and feather techniques in the presence of greater sky aspect to make of the winds good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. Brian's interest seems to be ensuring good weather for his hunts. So, Raid Shadow Legends ads in real life. Alright, so we got some fear out of that. Right, it was the edge that I wanted, not the scale. Sorry, I was just thinking I made another boo-boo. Okay, Descent to the Shell, a treatise on eggs, light, and optics by Abbess Melissenth, dazzlingly illuminated with renderings of the Abbess's visions. The book is unexpectedly challenging to read. The bright glitter of the gold leaf illuminations acquires a migrainous quality. The eye aches and tires. This is most likely the certain vivid book that Melissenth once sent to Gunhild, daughter of King Harold, which provoked in her a dream of eyes, but also caused her to begin to lose her sight until she was healed by the Saint Bishop Wulfstan. To complete it is a kind of test. Its double thesis at last seems to be that the sun is either an eye or an egg, and so the second dawn will be either its opening or its hatching. As the sun is coarse, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometime tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. At dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces, "The sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I." He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for Joel opines without betrayal there would be an end to war. The more you read about the second dawn, the less hyped about it you get. Why don't you want to see the sun and splendor return? I'm going to take that personally in a little bit. All right, there's our contradiction. And finally, Emeranus Patelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. This object houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. Numen, the bells of Ys. Ys by her arts found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys. But a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and revolutionary can win a particular victory. All right, so we still need to wait on the Book of Janus, but we're... Actually, how are we with... got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're already at 6, so we'll be able to level up Disciplines of the Hammer as soon as I get my Shaft back. And yeah, sorry, I actually don't think I read this before, Tiberiosity, but I didn't realize that you had your ear. I didn't realize that you were getting better. So I am glad that you are better, and I'm glad that you can shower now too. Rev Timothy is always happy to chat. For some reason, I think you may have actually mentioned it in chat before, and I'm only remembering now. But obviously. Sounds like quite a few people have been undergoing some, not even just trivial medical stuff, but some pretty serious medical stuff lately, so. Oh! Pale stool, bleach beach. Well, I'm glad you're better. That does not sound like a good time. Bleach beach, subtle, elegant, fluting along each leg, initialed LTP. I can't immediately think of who LTP might be. So unfortunately, we don't have an edge or a forge to work with, so we're going to have to just sort of stay put for a little bit. But I can continue to investigate objects in the house. Ah, fair. Still. Now, the tricky part that I have here is that I can see some sense in maybe bringing the Newman back, but I don't really have a whole lot to... I don't really have a whole lot to do otherwise in terms of leveling things up. Like, there's no way that I'm going to get 7 forge memories in time. So maybe it's better that I just make some money at the Sweet Bones while I, I kind of reload for the next phase. Oh, that sounds really good. It's actually a cinnamon bun place. So when I went to see Oppenheimer, I finally got a chance to see part of the city that I don't normally go around to. And one of the big challenges I have with the place where I live as opposed to Vancouver. So Vancouver was pretty good in terms of having a bunch of like 24-hour or at the very least like near 24-hour coffee shops. So like it would definitely be a normal thing that I would, just kind of like find a booth somewhere and like sit down and just get some writing done. Um, I did make it. It's funny you mentioned that, Hamp Switch, because we just recently read the book that tells you how to get it. Um, so I'll pick that up in a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. Like it was nice. It was kind of like a thing that I had for myself, right? Like kind of going out, a late night walk through the city or whatever, and then if the mood struck me, I've got a place where I can just sort of sit and do some reading without worrying too much about the place closing up. And now, I think the latest, if I like really go out of my way, I think there's a place that closes at like 8 o'clock at night. That is, I'm quite literally walking an hour to make it there. That's like how far away. Which two soul elements do you think are best to start with? That's a good question. So yeah, I was going to tell a cinnamon bun. Anyways, so it turns out that there's actually, I believe there is a cinnamon bun place which does serve coffee, which is actually open until 9. Now again, that's still about an hour walk away. But I had my first cinnamon bun in like years at that place because I really wanted to find a coffee. So maybe I found my new place. Anyways, enjoy your cinnamon bun, to Curiosity. Thank you for hanging out. So what two soul elements do you think are best to start with? There's a few different ways that you can answer that question, right? Depending on what your priorities are. So if you like... if you like using... assistants, particularly to like give you memories or things like that, I would suggest that either an Arab or I guess it would be Arab or Whist would probably be a good start, because in the end you're able to access two assistants in the form of Mr. and Mrs. Kill, and of course both of them wind up giving you they'll give you a memory in 30 seconds. So that's a pretty sweet little package there. Now, one other question you may ask, well, how useful is it to have that? So if in the end you're not facing that many Grail or Winter challenges, or Heart or Sky to a lesser extent, maybe that isn't as important, right? So another argument would be that sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. The other angle that you can kind of take on this would be what gives you money, right? So metal health, not that you can pick health, but metal, Whist, Faust, Shapt, I feel like I'm forgetting one. So they're not Arab, not Fet, not Trist. No, that covers 8. But yeah, like those are all ones that are going to wind up earning you sixpence when you work at the Sweet Bones, as opposed to tuppence or possibly nothing at all in the case of Arab. So if you want to maximize the money that you earn at the Sweet Bones, that would be an argument there. Although the problem is that like if you're focusing on making money in the sweet bones, your priorities may not quite be where they need to go. I believe I went for Faust Shapt for myself because I thought those were the most interesting. Now, again, the penalty for that is that Reverend Timothy winds up taking 45 seconds to, like basically you spend 45 seconds talking to Reverend Timothy to, get stuff done, basically. So your source of memories are maybe a little, it's a bit hampered. But I've personally not found that to be a major problem. In terms of like the rest of it, so I mean, like, I'll be honest with you, in terms of like I think my best answer, honestly, is like Shapt and Faust, because I find those the most interesting. But that's not like a mechanics answer. That's more of a like, I'm really into Knock and, I'm really into Knock and Lantern, so that's why that's why I'm saying that. And in the end, I kind of feel like it's a little bit like, actually, there's a few games that I've said this for, but like basically, I tend to find that if you follow the things that are most interesting to you. So like the best example I can give here is the Paradox games, which take a lot to get into. One of the reasons, like, so there are some starts that are easier than others. So you don't want to just tell anyone, like, you don't want to tell someone like, oh, just start any country. What you want to do is you want to take like you want to eliminate the like really small ones, or if it's like Europa Universalis, or like basically the really challenging ones. And then you say it's like, from there, pick a country that is interesting to you, right? So maybe you want to make Prussia in Europa Universalis, or maybe you want to, like, I don't know, like maybe you want to work your way up from a count to an emperor in Crusader Kings or something like that. What I tend to find is, for those cases, it is better to take something that is interesting enough to you to push you through the times it gets frustrating, rather than it is to try and find like a quote-unquote easiest start. Because in the end, I tend to find that for these kinds of games, there's always going to be a point where like you hit your limit and you're like, this thing's really frustrating me, I'm probably going to pack it in right now. So if in the end you're following a train of thought that you think is very interesting, then you're going to carry on with that. So like the Revolutionary is a very interesting legacy in this game, even though it's not necessarily one that personally speaks to me in terms of things that I'm interested in. Like that one for me would be just doing something that's so completely outside of what my day-to-day experience is. Whereas of course I naturally think I am basically just a god. So when I get the story of the Twiceborn, I remember that once I walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but that there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as a librarian would be one such choice. There might be something more. This is basically like a day in the life for me. So like that was probably the most interesting one to start. So, in the end, like what you kind of want to do is find that space. The nice thing about Book of Hours is that there's no like hardest start. So like Eric Abu says, yeah. So like if you play a World War II game, if you say like, oh yeah, I'm fascinated with Ethiopia, right? Haile Selassie is my guy. That's going to be a very hard first play on a game like that. But on the other hand, right, like, for me, I want to know what the third option turns out to be, right? I want to see how the story of the Twiceborn finishes, particularly because it also lines up with other things that I'm interested in. But I also know that for some people, the Magnate will be the thing that really speaks to them. And in the end, I always like to think that when you make picks based off of the things that you're interested in, as Catastrophically Emma says here, like the based on the flavor text, For me, I always tend to think that those are the things that will sustain not just like a playthrough, but multiple playthroughs, because in the end, you have the gas in the tank to get through the hard bits. All right, the wicker chair, elderly but robust. A creaking cane back generates the occasional spiteful splinter. Let's start looking at some paintings. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So far no repetition from Reverend Timothy, which is a pleasant surprise. Okay, the road to Janus. The Limian Burzgash makes a series of prophecies regarding the initiates of the House of Silence, with intricate, if unhelpful, predictions on their passage through the house. The sixth initiate is Priest and Key, Gate and Church. He shall cross the sea and open the tide. He shall not be the 11th, yet shall there be 7th between them. In the first year of his time, the flower door is opened. The 12th initiate is Salvation and Rack, Steed and Rider, who chooseth the one blossom of 3, who casteth away the key, and whom the key shall not cast away, who comes after the flame and before the snow. Definitely feel like that's one that I'm going to need to reflect on. Holy crap, that's a lot of door and wall. All right. So I am going to need to work out a game plan for door and wall. So this is one we will take up to 9, but we'll have a leftover. I suppose because it's Forge, I could actually use that to move Disciplines of the Hammer up to 9, but that may not be the right move. I'll figure out where we are with that. But I certainly have my work cut out for me in terms of leveling things up, and I think I'd rather, as nice as it is to think about finally reading some of these Cracktrack texts, I think what I want to do is clear out what's on my in my queue before I spend too much time on reading other books. So, fit that one in there. I guess it doesn't really matter. And when I can, I want to spend some money at the Sweet Bones to get my Shapt. All right, speaking of duplication, the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. Abbot Geoffrey recorded a prophetic dream. 2 women, one in violet, one in white, gathering seashells. Each gave him a shell, but each gave him different advice. On to the Thunderskin. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we're going to spend some money to get the shop back. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. God, this makes me hungry too. We will be united in our hunger together, and this is now officially a Grail stream. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay, the Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. A story is told of Hendrik, 1st Baron de Wolf, and a local cunning man, one Red William, who placed a curse on the de Wolfs. There will be no seventh of their line. There is another story that it was no curse but a prophecy, and that Hendrik did not execute William, but kept him safe in the caves below the isle. That would have been a very interesting one to read much earlier on. So I will definitely say that if you are new to Book of Hours, I actually do encourage you to take the time to investigate the objects inside the rooms. Because there is some follow-up to that, both in terms of books and possibly locations. Needless to say, you have some ideas in terms of the truth of that story, depending on what you find inside of the below the house. All right, on to the Velvet. Again, I feel like we're making fairly good time in terms of the various in terms of like the various investigations. So we've covered. We could basically just sort of say this little box here. Now, again, there's a whole heck of a lot in the house to study, and we have only one consider verb, but it definitely gives me something to do in between. The Velvet, the glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The Velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. The Velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, and this painting has no more secrets to share. So now on to the Sister and Witch. Oop. Premature there. I think I have enough to be able to make a bit of money, so we'll grab some Faust while we're at it. I don't think Reverend Timothy's given us a single duplicate today. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So I have a specific plan in terms of how I'd like today to work. If I can, I want to try and lock in as many. So first of all, I want to get the extra level of Disciplines of the Hammer. That goes without saying. Oh, I almost forgot to record The Road to Janus. But yeah, so first priority is to level up Disciplines of the Hammer. Second priority is to make sure that the Newman and ideally one Forge memory are available for the next day. Now, I'm limited in terms of what I can take with me to sleep, so effectively it's Lantern, Rose, Sky, and Heart. And there aren't too many options here, right? So I don't need to preserve the Bells of Ys. The Sight and Solace don't really do anything for me here. So essentially I'm trying to preserve the Foresight if I can. But that's definitely a much further down the road, sort of. I don't entirely agree with that, because to a certain extent, like this is one thing I actually really respect Weather Factory for doing. And the best way that I can explain this is, and I don't want to say who the designer was, because this is actually a very natural response from designers. But yeah, so just for the benefit of the conversation for people who are hearing, so the comment in chat was, yeah, they should block the player from proceeding through some early room unless they've investigated some item, just to form the habit of investigating things as they go through the house. So the best example that I can give of the very natural impulse, but how a game is improved by not falling to this, is that I do like to show games in early stages to help generate some interest. So there was a Kickstarter for a game which I wanted to help out with, and I showed it off, and basically, like Cultist Simulator was a game where I did that, and I actually, there was a really nice I don't think it was specific about me, but there was actually this nice comment that Alexis put in a blog saying, like, would have been so much more helpful to have streaming around the time that, we're making like Sunless Sea or something like that. Because again, you get to see how people are immediately responding to the game. But I've never had a situation. I believe the only time I have ever been told how to play the game by someone at Weather Factory was, I said, this ending fight with the Exile, I really felt like with the Reckoner, I really felt like I was stuck in a spot where I couldn't really do anything about it. He said, well, I don't seem to remember you doing in this thing, which obviously would have broken it open. And almost certainly correct, right? Like there's definitely times where I've thought I've done things and haven't. But that is literally the only time that Weather Factory has told me how the game works or how to play. But I do know that they have seen how the game has been played, like how I've played the game, and have used that to sort of inform their decisions. And what happens much more frequently when I play a game that that's made by a developer, especially in an early stage, it happens a little bit more than you might expect. They will come in and they will start saying how the game should work, or talk about things that haven't been implemented to that, and that's completely natural, right? You want to show the game in the best light that you can, and I actually don't necessarily mind it when it comes down to this stuff hasn't been implemented yet parts, but it's very dangerous to start telling people the correct way to play the game, because if you are doing then it probably means that something that you thought was true about what's going on inside of a player's head isn't true. And that's something that you're actually going to want to address before the game gets a major release, because you're not going to be able, not everybody's going to be streaming the game. In fact, the majority of people are not going to be streaming the game, and as a consequence, it's going to this is potentially a signal that somebody has misunderstood what's going on inside of the game. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, is that we're talking about the idea of forcing a player to do a certain act before they go through the game. That's actually how the game gives you a tutorial, right? So you start off in St. Brendan's Cove, and in order to get past St. Brendan's Cove, you need to at least understand how Consider and Talk work to be able to make it to Brandkrug Village. To be able to make it to Hush House itself, not only do you need to understand how the assistants work, which you probably have already learned from the fishermen, but you actually also need to learn to what Catastrophically M is saying here is not necessarily just how to consider an item, because the game doesn't actually force you to do that, but it does force you to actually look at the objects in the house, and it says, there's a key here, and, this is actually how they found out that people didn't know that you could zoom in so close. The Hush House key is, this is how they communicate that objects are important and you want to interact them with the doors. And that's you can consider that to be the end of the tutorial. And you'll notice that the game actually does sort of nudge you towards taking certain actions. So for instance, eventually you need to get memories that are worth more than 2 of an aspect, and you need to have an ink to open up this area, right? There are other challenges that they give you, and then eventually the difficulty of certain challenges reach such a level that you can't simply rely on the old tricks coming up over and over again. How you do? I keep calling you Digi Inferno, but is it more appropriate to call you Dig Inferno? Because it occurred to me that it could go both ways. I suspect if you intended Digi Inferno, you would have put 2 eyes in between, but 2 eyes also looks a little odd. I've always been meaning to ask this because I keep saying Digi Inferno, but I don't know if that's actually correct. Anyways, so the reason why I'm kind of going on this extended rant here is just to come back to this idea of it can, but you're right, it comes from Digital Inferno. That's kind of what I figured. Oh, sorry, I keep whacking the mic. I guess what I'm trying to point out here is that there are actually some cases where Weather Factory does actually nudge you towards particular towards particular actions. And I think the more I think about it, the more it seems to be specifically tied to things that will ultimately allow you to win the game, right? So you need to make certain inks in order to write down your history. You need to use powerful memories in the form of Newman, right? If you have a Newman, then you would be able to satisfy the requirement. Although that would be a pretty early Newman if that was what actually happened. But when it comes down to this idea of, like, you know, looking at a painting and learning a little bit about how the game works. Yeah, that's a big one for me, Hamswitch. I am going to have to make a decision at some point whether or not I want to read all of the books or whether I'm willing to move up without reading them. That's a whole other question. Because I mean, there will be subsequent playthroughs on this, you know, on this channel and on YouTube. So I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest. But yeah, the big thing for me is that when I think about what is lost by not investigating a painting, it's really just more extra information, right? So you may not necessarily, you know, depending on what books you get, you may not necessarily be able to arrange all of the busts in proper order. You know, there are different ways of you know, like when you think about this sort of stuff, like there can be some things you give up, some things that you benefit from. But in the end, I don't really see that as a showstopper. And in the end, the opportunity and I think basically the confidence that Weather Factory has in terms of saying that someone is going to get curious enough that they will put something and investigate. And when they do that, they will find something delightful. I like that a lot about the game because I think there is a very natural, like I said, I think there's a natural tendency to try and point people towards playing the game correctly. And yet, I think the thing that makes Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours work very well is the fact that they have a light touch, that they give you good reasons for wanting to play a particular way. But in the end, you ultimately feel like it's your choice that you have done these things or not done these things, as opposed to the game sort of putting up a roadblock, making sure that you've played correctly. And that, again, obviously this is a taste matter. I know I've spent a lot of time essentially contradicting a view in chat, but it just happened to be a moment for me to be able to talk about a few things that I think really work in this game. Yeah, so you definitely get more than a sight memory, but the benefits that you get are not necessarily measured in cards. That's the trick, Hamswitch. So the Sister and Witch. The Sister and Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Abbot Geoffrey recorded a prophetic dream. Two women, one in violet, one in white, gathering seashells. The white-clad one, he wrote, handed him a shell and reminded him that one cannot keep what one cannot hold. Okay, before we go any further, let's level up hammer time. Yeah, so I'm going to have to give up at least one more memory. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. And then we'll resume our Faust investigations after that. So I'll have enough to be able to spend the Faust again. Stolen Secret would be helpful for door and wall, but I don't think I'm gonna try. Well, I mean, if I don't have any better alternatives, I'll try and find something to do, but to do with it. But I don't think Stolen Secret works because I don't think I can bring Moon with me into the librarian's bed. Right, the skill is now level 7. All right. We've investigated the paintings. We've investigated everything on the ground, so we can go... I think I'll start with... Or we should also read the description of the room. Infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So there's not too much for us to investigate here. So let's see the bucket of seawater. Okay, so I'm not ready to analyze this liquid. I don't want to lose it. Okay, the morgue boots. Investigate the object. You won't use the sap or consume it by doing this. So it looks like there's only one thing for us to investigate in here, because these would also get consumed as well. Better now. Right. And again, this is just so that I can make a little more money. I could help with I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping to get to the point where we say this is taken care of, and then we can... I will probably check out the Grand Descent. Like, I'll look out each of the busts again just so I can learn the stories. But again, we'll kind of the aim's going to be to move up where I can. All right, morgue boots, reliable rubber. Purchased the second time that the morgue was ever used. I like that they've actually put that behind the investigation. Okay, so the examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he is recorded to have gloated. But his great-great-grandson Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he brought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. Okay, so looks like there's just chess pieces for investigation here. And those cannot take an affliction, so there's nothing in this room for us to interact with right now. We can move up to Elopolis Nook. I guess the other thing to remember about a site memory too is that I actually value those quite a bit, because I do need the every memory I can get to level up some of the stuff that I want here. You know, I could make, excuse me, Auroral Contemplations 9 off of this, but I'm going to resist the urge. Right, an elegant sunburst lamp. An inscription on the pediment reads, "The gods from steel did not exist." An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I do want to be kind of careful with some of these things. So I believe in this case I would wind up dissecting the plant. Okay, that won't work. Not a whole lot of things that I can investigate here. Okay, time to look at the Levinson works. Investigate this object. So priority number 1 right now is going to be to level up Disciplines of the Hammer, and then priority number 2 will be Door and Wall, followed by... Oh yes, I should actually pick a memory to keep. Okay. So I think for this one I'll just keep the Memory of the Storm, seeing as that has the highest aspects. But now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps... Oops. Thank you, Siri. Now the night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Now, I was actually planning on... I was planning on trying to just push through... pushing through the end today, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take another break now. It would not be terrible for me to actually take a break every hour again. I used to do that back in the old days, and I actually think that would be a good habit to get back into. Part of the motivation for that is just to refill my tea, but I am going to encourage all of you. I'll try to keep it just a couple minutes, but one way or the other, I'll try to keep it. I'll try to keep it brief. For those of you that have been here since the start, now is definitely a good time to get up and have a stretch. But otherwise, do what you can, do what you must. I will be back in a couple minutes, and that should take us through to the end of the day. So, me and my tea, indeed. I'll see you all in a bit. Okay, sorry about the wait. I hope you are all keeping it together in my absence. Red Blue. It's a decent copy of a Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Levinson has signed it, but added a question mark after his signature. Now, I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to get another touch, so I'm going to... Oh, hang on. The russet couch. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Not a huge... I don't have a huge demand for Reverend Timothy right now, but I'm going to bring him in anyway. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Okay, another rainy day. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And we will renew things at the Sweet Bones immediately. Whoops. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay, so let's come up with a slightly better system this time around. So we, in terms of, so just as a, just to kind of recap what I'm looking for here, I need 7 memories. We're going to get a touch automatically, and we'll have the Bells of Ys already. So Torg's cleansing, a pattern, foresight, fear, and contradiction. So the best thing that I can actually do here would be to get Torg's cleansing using my tainted Faust. And then I can get the pattern and contradiction without having to worry about Reverend Timothy providing those. So Debellus Murorum's next up on the list. I'll use the Trist for that. I thought I kind of kept it close to these ones, but clearly not. I'm trying to remember if Debellus Murorum is the Pomander one, but that would be weird because I seem to remember the Pomander one was in Greek. Debellus Murorum describes the battles with weather phenomena and their tactics. Not just weather phenomena, but That's Book of Masks. Oh, there you are. Solipstos. There we go. An 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. All right. So I'm also just trying to mark these off as I get them. So next up is pattern. So on imperfections or the winding stair would be the next one. actually feel like we've probably read this one recently, but it is funny that it's Pomander, though. Okay, so I'm gonna keep the. So let's think about what we're trying to do here, right? So I'm trying to get. So I've got my pattern now. So basically, out of the things that I'm guaranteed to have within, let's say, the next minute and a half, I'll have a contradiction, the Bells of Ys, a pattern, touch, and Torg's cleansing. So that's 5 of the 7 that I need. And then the things that I need from Reverend Timothy will be fear, foresight, or regret. So the way I want to handle this today, I think I'm going to sit on the whist. I might do something with my health, I'm not sure. But in this case here, I actually sort of think just waiting might be the right thing to do. Definitely want to keep the Shapt aside. So what I'll probably do is just, renew the Faust to be able to, make a bit of money. Again, it's not the most exciting choice that I could make, but it still allows me to investigate the paintings and such. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. But given the fact that the next target is going to be Door and Wall, and Door and Wall is as difficult as Disciplines of the Hammer to level up, I think I'm dealing with reality here. I don't think it's reasonable to expect me to be able to get both of these up. So we'll keep the Elements of the Soul in reserve, and I'll try and prepare myself as best as I can to get another memory available. Okay. Russet Couch, a utilitarian item, arms varnished, upholstery shiny with hard use. Did Christopher Lopoli really have this stolen from a first-class waiting room? And did he really bribe a bishop to keep the matter quiet? Oh, that's sight, not touch. Interesting. So let's get a touch that we know we can rely on. Because I still need to get Torg's cleansing as well. There we go. It's kind of funny that this is describing the passage of the day, and it gives touch, whereas the Russet Couch. I mean, the Russet Couch, I can kind of see the argument one way or the other, but it's funny that the comfortable garden chair doesn't provide sight. Okay, let's do the Rite of Torg's cleansing. Oh, well, this will still probably work. So, and as I noted before, we've learned how to make porphyrin, but our aim right now is to make Torg's cleansing. Purge myself of harmonious resonances, accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Feels a little weird not to have the consider verb constantly going right now, but this is kind of the right approach for the day. All right, De Bellis Murorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. The two one joined and horn distinguished, consequently, blood. On Imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lanternlong describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. Lantern Long lack bodies and so cannot normally leave the Mansis, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the Order of Long called the Obliviates refer to it as scrying, which he considers a debased term. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lantern Long can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, and that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him most. He insists that a Lantern Long should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. With these descriptions, by the way, so there was another one which I think it was Thurza Blake was reading about. It does make me wonder a little bit when it comes to the Twice Born, exactly how I wound up back to flesh. Like, am I like Edgar in the first Men in Black movie? But it's also one of these things that you don't want to spend too much time thinking about unless you learn something uncomfortable about yourself. Okay. There is an argument for me to be using my Elements of the Soul in a different way, but right now I'm just going to earn a little bit more money. It's early enough in the day that we can, we can get other things. But we've got 4 of the required 7 now because we're a little late on Torg's Cleansing. Is Men in Black a sufficiently dated reference that half of you have no idea what I'm talking about now? LOL, that movie's for old people. You don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. The cleansing has left my skin burning, my teeth throbbing. The chorality rumbles beneath the membranous surfaces of the waking world. Librarian Natalia Berlot learned this powerful, if unpleasant, technique from the priest and edgelong Reverend Torg. Okay, so I'm not expecting anything else from the Faust in terms of special memories here, but I can still investigate the house. Another of Levison's prefigures. Keep forgetting my Sweet Bones missions. Sorry, I tried to snack on something and that was a mistake. I know better than to get like crunchy things to nom 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 in front of the camera, but apparently I've not yet learned not to take things that make me cough. All right. Love in a Quiet Place, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. Levinson has signed the painting, but added ELK. Excuse me. Okay, more gossip doesn't really help me. But again, it's just essentially when we hit our sort of last plane out of Saigon moment, we just need a minute. So if it doesn't turn out. Although I should maybe just double check what I'm relying on here. So I've got 5 of the 7. Yeah. So fear, foresight, Torg's cleanse. Oh, we've got Torg's cleansing. So fear, foresight, or regret. All right. To be fruitful, it's a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Levinson has signed it, but added a question mark after his signature. So I have a suspicion that each of the... Even though the titles are different, I have a feeling that these two will probably have the same... yeah, so I'm gonna guess that we're not gonna get something new here, but we may get something new from these two. Yeah, we'll see. Like I'm gonna go for them anyway, just because it's sufficiently interesting that, and it only takes 30 seconds. I figure it's not a huge deal to satisfy my curiosity. Okay, so we're up a fear. Now, the reason why this is helpful for me here is that it means that I can maybe use the whist here to make a foresight, which I'll take with me into the morning to boost door and wall. It's not like a drop everything and make it happen kind of a request, but it's nice to have if the option comes up. Oh, there we go. So this is already different. Again at night, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. Watchful? Hungry? Both? Everything's almost perfectly aligned. Moment, please. It does hit people, Guy. We actually got that on this stream. Do you want me to tell you what it is, or just let you know that there is a reward? Yeah, no, there is a... So, I mean, sometimes some things are a reward just because they're interesting to do. This is one that will actually give you something as a result of doing it. And I'm sure you probably already know that there's more than one secret in the house. So okay, Sedona Not Yet, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, an impossible copy of a painting that the real artist hadn't yet executed. He signed it with the illumination mark and dated it 1958. At this very moment, perhaps, Max Ernst is dreaming of Arizona, but he hasn't painted this yet. I really do like the prefigures. They're like, this is why it can sometimes be tough. There was I was going to refer to this comment earlier, but I got a little sidetracked. Oh yeah, we are also in our hurry the heck up mode, so let's go for a foresight. Hmm. Actually, we'll be good either way. So yeah, we'll go for the foresight and the regret. Old copper nose and the softer metal. But yeah, somebody was kind of talking about the difficulty sometimes in terms of like a kind of a role-playing approach when like character motivations can motivate not very fun actions, right? So if you're playing I think the example that they gave is that if you're playing a very cautious character, you take forever to get to the part where the plot happens. This can be a bit frustrating on the part of the game master, and I'm inclined to agree, precisely because I have been in that unfortunate situation where I am a game master that's just trying to get a story done. It's very clear that people are testing my mettle. Like, it's a very clear inciting incident. And I think for that one, I was just I was frustrated enough that I said, well, I'm not really having a whole lot of fun with this. You guys don't really want to engage, so maybe we just call it. And I did, and I think people kind of felt bad about it afterwards, which they should have. But when I told them what I had planned, they actually seemed a little disappointed because it sounded like a really cool adventure idea. And I said, well, I guess we'll never know, right? So, but yeah, this is just one of these things where the thing is that having been in that situation, also sort of understand there is a response. People don't want to feel like they're put on rails either, where, just because it's more convenient for the storyteller for people to follow through on the plot point, there are also storytellers that are perfectly willing to pull the rug out from under you and be like, ah ha ha, there was a trap, you should have checked. So, there's some give or take. The answer to me in terms of the the people being too cautious and so it takes forever to get somewhere is, give them objectives that aren't static. So, I think there are a few ways around it. But the big one for me is that, for me, it's always just been, you never want sort of the role-playing stuff to get in the way of having a good time, right? We're not method actors. This strikes me as one of these stories that are too good to check, but there's a really good old thriller, I think it's 1970s, called Marathon Man, which stars Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier. And Laurence Olivier would be a good example of sort of some of the old school style actors, very kind of traditionally trained. And then Dustin Hoffman is very often held up as an example of a method actor, right? Some of these people who effectively become the character. So I think some other examples of this would be Daniel Day-Lewis, Heath Ledger. I think there's the whole story of him kind of going into a hotel room and sort of living on his own for months to prepare for his role as the Joker. I get the impression that is it Jeremy Strong, the guy who played Kendall Roy in Succession? I think he seems to be kind of that mold. And then Brian Cox has actually offered some very frank assessments of this kind of nonsense. But yeah, the meth, and Marlon Brando is probably one of the better examples of the method. But I think the big thing here is that I feel like the old method thing is probably an old-fashioned kind of debate. It's a little bit like if people find out, well, I usually wind up telling them, but however someone finds out if I'm an economist, I'll sometimes get the question, oh, are you freshwater or saltwater? And I found out this is a Paul Krugman thing. Apparently this is coming back to the old, the Chicago school was very influential for a while, and that kind of gave figures like Milton Friedman, Gary Becker, and I actually quite like reading that. I mean, Milton Friedman is a hardcore libertarian, so obviously, if you admit to liking reading Milton Friedman, sometimes you get people who are have very strong opinions about things that maybe you don't want to spend too much time talking about. But like, I don't think the Chicago School is something that's completely, without merit. Like, I think there's some value in reading those people, particularly Gary Becker. But like the thing that people are kind of doing, it's a little bit like if somebody asks you, are you a liberal or a conservative? Are you Republican or Democrat? Or, do you vote Labor or conservative? Or, again, it depends on the country you're in. Usually it's like, do you agree with me? And like, can you tell me your opinions on like gun control or, or family planning or religion or whatever without telling me that? So, again, these labels are maybe not the most helpful. God, I am going all the way off on a tangent here. But yeah, so in any case, I kind of figure that's what like the whole method thing is. It's like it's a convenient label to assign on someone to act as a substitute for thought. But as it happens, Dustin Hoffman would be considered a very good example of one of these types of actors. So the story goes is that apparently there's a torture scene where he is tortured by the Laurence Olivier character, who is a dentist, and he's busy doing the whole thing inside of Dustin Hoffman's mouth. Apparently, to prepare for that scene, like he went out and just like ran around the block like 20 times or whatever, and he's coming in like sweating and really like shaken up and all of that. And then Olivier's doing his whole thing, and Hoffman's screaming and thrashing about in the chair. And then when they yell cut, the story goes that Olivier sort of jumps back and says, "My God, man, have you ever considered acting?" And again, like I said, it's probably one of these ones where it's it's a story that's too good to check. But this is actually kind of a problem in terms of role playing. Sometimes, right? Where if you are so committed to this idea of, quote unquote, playing the character, especially if you feel like you're doing something significant, at which point I need to remind everyone, we're playing games here, right? Like this is not a great work that we're undertaking. It's worthwhile. Obviously we wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't worthwhile, but like, you don't need to, if any action you are taking is breaking a friendship as a result of you're not playing a game anymore, and maybe just chill out. It's like that's a good example that I can give of that. But yeah, so essentially what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're still having fun. You're not necessarily encroaching on other people's fun. So like if you're the only one enjoying it, there's certainly certain behaviors which result in, people getting a lot more attention, but at the expense of other people's enjoyment. That would be another example of where these problems come in. But there's still some value in sort of like jumping into the role and trying to behave in a consistent way, because generally things become interesting. Like in the face of constraints, things become interesting. And I think it's a very worthwhile lesson to remember, because often, if we get too focused on, trying to achieve a particular goal, like, getting the point or maxing out a stat or something like that, you miss out on some potentially interesting storytelling opportunities. So I guess the one thing that's kind of nice for me, I think what this was it was in response to the idea of me being less willing to commit skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, even in the YouTube series, because sometimes I'll want to, commit one skill over another one because I prefer the text. And I guess the only thing that I can say here is that I don't really see this as the role playing getting in the way, because like to be honest, I don't really see it as role playing. But the argument I would have here is that if you're the type of person who's interested in reading the books, like, so if you like reading the text, which I'm assuming you are because you bought and played Book of Hours, then that implies that you care about what you read, right? You like, they can't just put any old text in the book, that there are things in there that you expect to find, and answers to things or riddles that you have some stake in. And I don't think it's inconsistent to then take the things from those books and have them affect decisions that you are making later on in the game, right? It might be inconvenient for people who want you to go through the game quickly that you're not committing certain things. But if you're interested enough in reading the book and that you care about their contents, then seems to me to be very consistent to have the information that you read affect the way that you wind up playing the game. So whether or not that's the right way to play, I don't know, right? Like, it is the way I play. But it's... to me, I've never seen that as getting in the way of enjoying the game. I see that as a reflection of the things that I like about the game coming through. But I mean, I've gotten enough comments on various channels that expressing very clear frustration with the fact that I should be committing skills right away, or that it's a waste of time, not to get an element of the soul that I need because I don't like the idea of the mare in the tree being assigned something. Like, and I guess to me, I like, what's the point of reading the book then, I guess, is where I put it. Anyways, but Rabarbaslavs had something I wanted to say earlier. So the prefigures are peak Hush House, a bit of what, a bit of why would you even, and a bit of that's really impressive though. Hit People Guy says my current struggle point is opening things that are 7 or 8 of a piece. I know it's mostly got to find the right drink tool, but it feels hard. Nope, it definitely is hard. With books, you always have skills to lean on, but you cannot teach Timothy skills. And I suspect that is exactly why the game is made that way. In the end, you're only going to be able to go so far with your common set of tricks. But I can assure you, not only can you get through the tough stuff, it is actually surprisingly easy to get through challenges like that. Like, you're going to get to a point where you will come up with 16s and you'll be like, okay, I have a rough idea of what to do here. So half of that is certainly within your capabilities. What was it? Hamswitch said, I was way too cautious about using up drinks and candles and such. Now you have every room open and the wine cellar is full of booze. Yeah. Well, this is the other thing. Like, I've been pretty cautious in terms of using up things. Like, but I've been able to get through it. This is the big one for me, is that for all of the challenges I put up in front of myself, I'm trying to think of cases where I've been genuinely stuck and like stopped in the game. I've definitely changed the direction in terms of what I've been doing for things, but I don't think there's ever been a point where the game is just outright stopped as I'm waiting to try and achieve something or do something. And again, I think that's actually a very underappreciated fact of Book of Hours. I think the thing for me is, like, I can imagine how the game would have been if it wasn't balanced like this. And I definitely think the game wouldn't have like 90% on Steam or whatever it has now, if they didn't put some careful consideration into that. But it's hard, right? Because essentially you're trying to identify something that you haven't that you don't directly see. Like, I'm assuming people who played whatever was before the beta might have had a better idea of what where those pain points were. Okay. I think we're on to On the White. I wouldn't be sad if I skipped On the White, because again, that's one I feel I know reasonably well, but the more exceptions I make, the more likely I am to miss something. On the other hand, I'm also not going to search very carefully for it, so... Now I'm curious here. I've noticed there's a few people asking about the soundtrack and whether or not it's included in the Perpetual Edition. So, I definitely made an effort when I first started talking about the Perpetual Edition to highlight that it's expansions, but not DLC forever. And I know Weather Factory made an effort too. But the fact of the matter is like, there's gonna be misunderstandings on that, and the best you can do is minimize rather than eliminate. So knowing that the soundtrack is something that would be sold separately, how many people are looking forward to the sold separately soundtrack? And again, whether you're getting it through your streaming service or buying it on your own, I'm assuming that this is a hot commodity. Yeah, this is definitely a soundtrack I could imagine picking up for other people, even if they don't like playing the game. Although, frankly, I would probably be willing to give the game as a gift outright, unless I knew straight up somebody did not like games. I cannot believe that I do not have On the White. But it's not worth spending that much time hunting for. So let's move on. The Scar in the Sky. Ooh, Sun Splendor. Okay. I think probably the one... I'll even put it to you that there's a lot of songs that I really like. There's a lot of songs that I think Scar in the Sky might actually be one that's downstairs. I think the first one that I really took the time to look in the player to find was Subtle Old Soldier, which is Winter. It almost seems to be the one that plays first in Winter no matter what. That's a really good one. But they're all so really good. The track list is actually on the Weather Factory Twitter now, I believe. So one thing I'm going to want to do is make sure I don't commit something to consider. I'll just run out the books and then level things up. The track list is actually a recipe for a level 10 element. No, it's nothing. Who knows? Maybe there's coded messages in the track list. To hear those voices, Levinson prefigure a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years. Kirchner, one of Levinson's favorite pre-subjects. Kirchner and Levinson fought in the Great War on opposite sides, but there is no reason to believe Kirchner had anything to do with Levinson's death. All right, that's Christopher's Nook, or Elopoly's Nook, rather. Christopher Elopoly, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Elopoly in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukurbit. Relations between the Kukurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. So we actually get to also assign a time. So we've got Fraser Strathcoyne as the fourth librarian, and Elopoly visiting around the time of the 10th. This reminds you of the vegan black metal chef who puts recipes in his lyrics. That's gonna take some I feel like I'm gonna have to process that for a bit. I might have been able to get away with another investigation now that I forgot the brazen clock. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. The Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. Each page of the book contains one word only, but as each page is turned, knowledge creeps in. The final page is crowded. Each reader of the book records the same word. Now it is my turn. Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of King Henry VIII. Henry's great misfortune, his crushing injury at a jousting bout, has left him unable to stand any straighter than a splintered withy. The most savage mockery is reserved for Henry's great debasement, where the corruption of his softer metal is supposed to have crept into the coin of the realm. The last and most serious lampoon makes seditious references to the Crucible Revolution. Okay, let's move up Disciplines of the Hammer before we go too much further. Alright, and we will keep the Foresight for the next day. So it doesn't really matter what this memory is, because we've already committed something. Revelation's not going to do much for us, though. So I'll be honest with you, I don't have a good answer for when I'm going to heal my Faust. I'm sorry that things have been quiet for a little bit, but I'm going to take a minute here just to write down some knock and forge. It's mostly just because we're probably going to be working on this for a bit. Okay, so Foresight's still on the list. Still the Newman. Pattern. Regret, that was the one that I lost last time. But that's right, there's not that many knock. Salt. So that means I get to try swimming. Secret Threshold. Stolen Secret is 7. Touch is 8. And then there's probably a couple of there's a couple of other like there's ones that I can probably actually, if you could just give me a second, I'll take a quick look at the skill list. I think I'm out of sync between these skills and the sheet, but it wouldn't hurt for me just to take a quick peek. Okay, that gives me enough to start with. So, First thing we can do is get the Newman out. I am going to chat with Reverend Timothy as well. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, because Salt is one of the potential candidates, we're actually going to go for a swim. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. I'll plunge again into the waves. And the wind will be chilly afterwards. So the expectation here is that if I add the linen... So it doesn't give a major indication one way or the other. We could take a cup of tea. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't give us any signals one way or the other. I'm going to go for the linen, though. Let's also say... yeah, so we'll start with the Newman. That's a pretty easy one to take care of. We already have the foresight too, I almost forgot, so that's a good start. So, Pattern, Salt, Secret Threshold, and Touch. Those are the ones that I want. Actually, I think I can make a Secret Threshold without a memory, without reading too, so... let's start then with a pattern. So on the winding stair, assuming we have it. I'm not expecting it to be in this first level, but I think it's I think I've more or less shown that I don't have a good memory for where the books are. Pretty good with the I think I'm still pretty good with the titles. If anybody wants a demonstration, I can do that, but in terms of where I place them, but I don't. There's a specific reason why I'm like, I have a specific order in which these things appear in my spreadsheet. So I'm not just trying to get a pattern. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not getting the pattern. Like, advice on containment is in like a really easy spot for me to grab. Or did I put it up on here now? Yeah. But the thing is, if I just keep reading the same book over and over again to get that memory, then I'm not going to get all of the other information that comes from reading these books. And there are some, so there's one, basically, there's a suggestion that you shouldn't have edicts liminal or edicts inviolable before you go to bed. And I didn't seem to be able to make anything out of that, but I'm not convinced that I'm completely like stuck in terms of what I can do. Now, the only reason why I am even thinking about that puzzle is that I reread a text which I'd already read before. I didn't even think to try that recipe in bed. So the possibility now is that there may be additional information on edicts liminal or edicts inviolable that will give me an indication as to whether or not that was for a puzzle I've already solved, if there is something new there, or, you know, or maybe just give me the verification now you're imagining things, like this is just a standard recipe for X, Y, or Z. So this is the reason why I do take the time to actually like seek out different books. The challenge with my current list is I have that list has been maintained since beta, so the titles of certain books may have changed, and then I may not have that particular title. I think for the most part, the ones that I've said, oh, I probably don't have it, I probably do, and I've just lost it. But I do actually want to take the time to work these things out, basically because ideally before I finish the game, I will have read every text that I have at least once since I've unlocked all of the rooms and sort of have an idea of what's going on in the house. And that is actually one virtue of the shelving system I have in the YouTube series, which is because they're the same type of memory on each shelf, I can sort of remember roughly in terms of position where the next book is. Whereas here, I'm sort of relying on the spreadsheet, which is going to change each time I add a new text. Okay, well, if I have On the Winding Stair, it's certainly not immediately available to me. So let's take a look. What is contained by silver? The Dire Bestiary by Pomander. Now, if I can't find that one, that means I've truly blown it as a librarian. It's actually funny sometimes when you take a look at some of the books in Cultist Simulator. I think we all kind of remember certain books giving like really, really powerful lore, and it kind of makes sense that these ones would be, you know, like probably the higher mystery books, right? It makes sense. It's a gamey, like beyond it being intuitive, it's also just a gamey way to think of it, right? You know, the powerful mysteries give you the really, really powerful results. But it is sometimes funny when you take a look at some of the different. I'm going nuts. All right, well, let's move on. Elations of Lamentius, which I believe I have read before. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, this is the Socratic mode. Well, it's better than searching for On What is Contained by Silver again. I'll just mark off that pattern. That doesn't help me with door and wall, but... And I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Sorry, I know I was mid-thought, and then I completely abandoned the point. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. I will renew the Faust. I don't really think I have to, but it's not terrible to make a little more money. Anyways, yeah, I am a little surprised sometimes when I see these, like, what seemed like very basic texts wind up having higher mysteries. But again, there's no rule saying that high-level lore has to have a high mystery, right? You can actually have a very straightforward text. Like, I've been reading, just to give you an idea of how awesome my weekends are, I've been reading up about Fourier series and Fourier transforms, because I never really had to do those in school. They're very, very cool ideas. But what I tend to notice is that if you just go and do a search for Fourier transforms, first of all, I think probably because I have a lot of computer programming topics, I notice that my results, first of all, will usually be referring to fast Fourier transforms. And that's helpful because in the end, that's what I'm doing. You know, I'm getting a computer to do this thing, and clearly, if somebody has to implement a fast Fourier transform, it's nice to know the computationally efficient way of doing that. But if I'm trying to understand a Fourier transform, perhaps the least speedy way of finding it, will be a little bit more helpful in terms of understanding what the thing is. For those of you that don't know what these are, basically, it's kind of like you can take certain functions, and you can decompose them down to the different sort of circles. Like basically, you can draw certain functions, like continuous functions, like big. If you can like put something down on a paper and draw it without lifting your pencil, you can actually represent it as a whole bunch of different circles all attached to each other. If you like reading history, you might sort of think about the old model and like how people would quote unquote disprove the heliocentric theory, where they would just add, they'd show their orbits and then they just add another circle to the orbit to show, make it align with the data. So the Fourier transform sort of allows you to decompose that signal into these things, and it can be helpful in a number of ways. The way it's useful to me is that I've been reading up a little bit in terms of random number generation, particularly noise generation, in the sense of like how some games will generate levels. So if you like playing procedurally generated games, you care quite a bit about the type of basically the types of randomness that they use. Because if you just did an ordinary random number generator, you'd have these utterly incomprehensible levels that just make no sense. They have no logic behind it, because essentially what you've got is like the whole point of like a random uniform distribution is that the thing that you've experienced before has no bearing whatsoever on the thing that you want afterwards. And that's not how we experience the world, right? Like if you see a bridge leading up to Hush House, there are a number of things that you can expect. Generally, you want to see a grand library. Perhaps there will be a smoking crater, What wouldn't make a whole lot of sense would be a sudden cliff drop at the end of the bridge. Or it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense that when you cross the bridge, you are faced with, a sheer cliff. Like you're right in front of the tallest mountain in the world, with no path. Like that stuff would just not make any sense whatsoever, but it's actually quite common when it comes to this kind of to that type of randomness. So generally what you want is something that does actually care about what came before. And so one answer you have for that would be the random walk. So basically you take a random draw, maybe one of these random uniform draws, but you use them to sort of decide if you go up or down, and that would sort of give you a kind of a nice sort of hilly sort of a thing. So that has its own name. It's brown noise for Brownian. I've also heard it called red noise. But again, there's this whole business, and as Rebarbaslavs points out, like Terraria uses this. Lots of procedurally generated games use this. And there are different properties behind different numbers, or different like distributions rather, that make them more or less suitable. And then the other thing is that if you're making a video game, you do actually care about the time that it takes to compute these sorts of things. So because I've been sort of going down this rabbit hole, I've started with just the various colored noise. So the ones that I know of are red, pink, white, blue, and violet noise, I guess. And those can all be represented. So like the thing that I did for myself, a really good way to learn is that, it's not enough to just sort of sit down with a book and like take down the notes. You do actually want to make sure that you've understood what you've read. And so, for me it was, okay, well, I'm just going to implement this colored noise generator. Obviously you can do this elsewhere. Actually, weirdly enough, to create, you are actually right on this. So The reason why pink is highly desirable in terms of noise, welcome, by the way. It's very good to see you. Apparently, it is this nice noise for testing. Is this nice noise for like testing speakers and their full range. So apparently, the Brownian noise is a little bit too low, and the white noise is a bit too thin. But the pink noise just happens to be this nice full sound that people use for testing audio equipment. I'm sure there's some like spectrum analysis that you do to sort of determine that or something like that. But I mean, again, I'm just trying to generate numbers. But yeah, so again, there's lots of libraries available to generate colored noise. If you look on Stack Overflow, there's lots of people that will tell you how to generate 2D noise. And I sort of said, well, that's all well and good, but what if I want to generate, so like there's noise of an arbitrary size. So, if it's one dimensional, it'll be like 10,000 random numbers from this type of noise. If I, want it to be 2D, make a square, 10,000 by 10,000 grid. But like, what if I wanted to do something different? Like, what if I wanted to do it in an arbitrary number of dimensions, right? So 3D you can kind of visualize. Once you go past 3D, that's not something you can visualize, but mathematically it's perfectly reasonable. And I didn't necessarily see something that would do that. Again, I'm sure that this exists. N-dimensional noise is probably a very straightforward operation in certain libraries. I just didn't have one sitting on the shelf to work with. And so the way I sort of made this work, the way I learned was to, it's like, okay, well, I have this solved for 2, but like, can I make this in such a way that I can do it in n dimensions? Can I do it in, can I make it so that you can assign the function and that way it'll decide what the colored noise is? And can I get this thing to run in a reasonable amount of time? Now, I have no idea why I started talking about noise. Does everybody remember why the hell I brought this up again? Because I know there was some weird connection to the game, and I've totally lost it. So I'm going to just read some text as I move on, and I'm sure it'll come to me. The brazen clock. It is not immediately apparent that this clock lacks hands, though when wound, it dutifully ticks. An inscription reads, for DM, time is, time was, time is past. I hate it when I do this, because normally I can... Oh, actually, there's a bunch of other things for me. Oh, wait a minute. I said I forgot the brazen clock, but I'm moving from Melopoly's Nook, not from the dispensary, so we're still fine. We just read the first thing. We just did it in a different order. I'm very annoyed at myself. So, like, normally I'll have like nested stories, but I'll forget, like I'll remember where it was something about how it's easier, like the Fourier transform. Anyways, okay, so I can't remember why I was bringing up Fourier transforms, but basically, for trying to learn that, the trick was, so like I was able to get this thing to work, but one of the things I relied on was there was a paper or like an online essay or something like that explained, okay, well you can do this Fourier transform, and that will actually put it in a form that will, this is how you can sort of declare this function and and do the thing. Like, it was the thing that cracked open the I can do any of the colors that I want without having to write a separate function for each one. So I don't actually think there's anything else for me to check in the dispensary here. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some, at least of its more eccentric fittings, were added by Christopher Allopoly in his time here. By that point, he had severed ties with his adoptive father. He had been using the Allopoly name for years and had no access to the Strathcoyne fortune, but traveling at night, had sold surprisingly well and much better than his poetry. He had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. Okay, on to the Healer's Tower, whatever. Moth Tower, I think they called it. Motley Tower, my apologies. Yeah, I was trying to make a point about learning or that. But anyway, so that was something that I was doing. And I have no idea how it was related to the game. So I think I'm just going to have to drop this thread unless I can find the tracks again. Because as interesting as I find that topic, it's probably not all that interesting to everybody here in isolation. But to the point on the Terraria stuff, it is actually a very interesting subject if you are into that sort of thing. The Wine Dark Chair, an elegant 18th century piece imported from France. There were 12 of these, but Gervenius van Loren had most of them broken up and burned the week after his arrival. Bad memories, was all he would say. Now that's interesting. All right. Sometimes that happens. We'll just accept that. Right. The waves rise me, salt stings my eyes, the horizon waits. Okay, interesting. So the clean linen was not sufficient to... At this point, now I do want to bring Swaddled Thunder. Because I don't think there's any actual towels in this case. Anyway, the Elations of Lamentius, the second volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Lamentius might be counted among his names, but Janus has never passed that threshold, and so Lamentius is not. Geoffrey discusses the signs upon the threshold, drawing comparisons between the duties of the guest and host, and the status accorded to hours and other powers who dwell in, are permitted in, or are forbidden access to the House of the Sun. It was, of course, Geoffrey who later invited censure by giving sanctuary to Natan of Regensburg in an age where the Jews were by royal order unwelcome anywhere in the kingdom. Now, there was a note that I'd taken about Geoffrey. Let me see if I can find it here. Sacralamea with Abbot Geoffrey's secret. So I suppose one of the challenges here is I'm no longer in the motley bed. I'm just trying to think, like, how else I might be able to... Sacralamea at a desk doesn't strike me as a really good way to, like, find some kind of a secret, but anyways. Let's, we'll get back on track with the door and wall upgrade, and then, actually, while I'm at it, let's move, we'll move accordingly. Better now. Our benefactress, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. She's wearing a little silver brooch fashioned in the shape of a cat's head. Alright, let's take a minute with some knock. Yep, so there's the secret threshold that I wanted. So it's cool to be able to explore the house, but I do still want to focus on the task at hand. I do have a touch. So I'm 6 of 7. Or should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 of 7. So I'm just trying to think of some of the remaining mysteries. So I do still have the key for the Rowanarium. There is the... If there is a mystery in the chancel, I never did find the answer to that. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. What else? An opening opportunity that'll last a little while. Yeah, so just one more, and then we're good. I think we'll just head back to investigations at this point, because we need a regret or a stolen secret. Either one of those are available to me with the whist, so there's really nothing for me to do at that point. Investigate the objects. Just trying to think of any other things that I might want to do in between. Definitely exploring the house is kind of the... That's most... I mean, to a certain extent, that's catch-up, but, like, in a good way. I'm just trying to think. The other thing I might want to do with the sick health would be to try and make some more xanthotic essence, because I think I used all of that up to make the last of my inks, the Orpiment Exultant. Anyways, as always, we need to pick our battles, and right now, leveling up door and wall is the priority. Our benefactor, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. He is wearing a little silver brooch fashioned in the shape of a fox's head. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything with the paper. Okay. Lots of things I can't investigate. That might be the last. So, if nothing else, we can cut a big line down the house, and most of this stuff is going to be something I can't actually explore with the malady. There we go. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So we can use that with the shaft right away, and then maybe we'll use the whist to get a pattern. Probably makes the most sense here. Well, that or Bells of Ease again. Actually, Bells of Ease would be the better of the two because it's persistent. We may still wind up with something like a Foresight from Reverend Timothy. Better now. And again, it's not like I need the money, but it's just a convenient thing for me to do. Storm-tossed mirror. Solid workmanship, but not obviously remarkable. Plaque explains that in 1872, this mirror survived a shipwreck untouched and was gifted to the house by a grateful survivor who was nursed back to health in the infirmary below. I can relate to this person. Okay, the Motley Tower, the Regensburg Room. The physician Natan lived here in the 15th century, and his family after that, tolerated by the monks until King Henry dissolved the foundation and granted the isle to Hendrik. Hendrik turfed them out of the tower and furnished the place more to his own taste. But when Christopher Lopoli moved in 400 years later, he restored what he could. Lopoli wrote at the time of his sympathy as a rootless foundling for the outcast Natan. I don't know what I am, but I don't think I'm English. All right, let's see what we can find. I'm not expecting too much here because most of these are like objects, but we will begin with the servants' hall. But before we do that, we are going to level up door and wall. And then now we can use the whist with the Newman. The funny thing is, even though I put Cracktrack in the title, the way that the day has gone, I suspect we may not actually get to the point where we read any of these Cracktrack books. The other thing I want to do is pet my snake. An avid student of warm fireplace stones, warm mice, and warm milk. All right. So yeah, let's see what we can actually do here. I'm actually willing to guess that any of this stuff is a waste of time. Oh, hang on. This one might be... Nope. Okay, so we'll leave that for another day. This might work. So this could also wind up giving us a scent based on what happened before. Alright, gossip doesn't do much for me. I'm not expecting that much in terms of getting a memory to carry through the night with Reverend Timothy. I guess we're also making money here, so yeah. If I'd planned out the day a little bit better, maybe I would have used the Fost to to get a memory, but that's all good. I'm going to need to generate 7 more memories by the end of tomorrow. The Paradise Palm, an unquenchable vitality. Once these grew only on one tiny island on the other side of the world. That's Empire for you. Okay. So my understanding here is that the busts will require focused attention. Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Incidentally, this is different from what it originally read as. I think it was about the, I know it had the word capacious in it. Not unlike the bag that Greg's date brought. Take it camping. You could slide it in again under the or on the floor during a bank job. What did she carry in there? Flats for the subway? Her lunch pail? It's gargantuan. I'm hoping somebody gets that. Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Yep, here's the line. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. Oh, actually, no, hang on. This doesn't have a lantern, so we can't take that through the night with us. The delightful repose placed by the curia of the isle to allow rest before an ascent or after a descent. Okay. I mean, if I want to keep something, now's the time. Definitely can't keep the sunny day. We'll keep the gossip. You never know. Oh, actually, Timothy might have had a if he gives us foresight, I'm gonna have a small tantrum. Okay, cool. No tantrum required. Let's set down the back of the cushions. A small and unexpected treasure. Bronze Spintria. House folklore claims that Ambrose Westcott suffered his final apoplexy on this sofa after a particularly hasty trample up and down the stairs to argue with visiting priests. And apparently he had a Spintria in his pocket. That's a fun one, actually. I think we've seen this one before. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, so it would have been nice to take something from the memories, but we have plenty that we can work with. So, sorry, I gotta mark my sheet again. So we've got the Newman. We'll get the touch from. I think we'll just use our good old-fashioned garden chair again. So we'll go for another swim. Brisk swim. I'll plunge again into the waves. I'm a little reluctant to use the second flush Assam because I believe I used to turn that into glassfinger toxin, as one does with tea. But I think there's some Dawn Lion coffee that I can... Yeah, here we go. Then I just throw myself into the fireplace. Alright, so that should be salt spoken for. Secret threshold we can get elsewhere. Touch we can get elsewhere. So it's really just the pattern that I'm looking for right now. Wow, really? Just pattern. Okay. That makes me think I'm probably going to have to do a bit more with my elements of the soul. But we'll do the usual, you know, we'll bring in Reverend Timothy. Let's see what... The other eye of the serpent. Huh. All right. I think one thing I might do on my own time is cross-reference this spreadsheet I have against the tomes JSON file. Like, just, I believe there's a specific entry for titles, and what might be helpful is for me to look for any titles that don't exist in the game's files anymore. So again, my reluctance is that, like, obviously I've already looked into the files in the sense of, like, just finding out certain numbers of things and seeing, like, can I navigate it, because I do intend to use them to make something. But, you know, my eagerness to have a fun little programming project also, like, I don't ever want that to be, sorry, the other eye of the serpent, good lord. um Here it is. I never want it to get to a point where like I'm spoiling the game for myself. In fact, I last time I went in, I noticed that there was a README. So I finally took a look at that, and it very clearly says, like, if you haven't beaten the game, get out of here. So it's like, fair point. But yeah, like, the nice thing is because the titles are something that can be sort of great. Like, I don't even need to look at the titles. I can just sort of get the titles. I can reference them against the column that I have in the spreadsheet, and basically it can let me know which ones are in the spreadsheet but aren't in the files. And I feel like that will save me a couple of these like false searches. It's not going to cover the ones which I found in other playthroughs, obviously, but that's a different matter, right? I don't know. Has anybody actually played around with the JSON files or that? I know I talk about programming stuff every once in a while. I'm not really a programmer. Like, I can get by. Like, I use it to do my data stuff, but that doesn't. I wouldn't consider myself a programmer in any like meaningful sense. But I'm just curious, like, if anybody actually messes around with some of the inside stuff, because I don't know. There's some fun details. Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. Blackwood abandoned Hush House for another library, the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria. Is this a joke at her expense? So this is one thing that's kind of interesting. There's the suggestion... yeah, I mean, it's just like... It's a hard... I guess where I'm going with this ham switch is that, like, so like what Rhabarbersloths is talking about, like, you know, there are the types of people who you expect, you know, if you sit down and say I want, you know, software of a particular specification, they're going to build that. Like, they'll have like an understand. Usually, like, when I think of a programmer, I think of somebody with sort of an understanding of like software architecture. They're going to build a program not to just solve the problem that's immediately in front of them, but build it in such a way that you can reasonably expect it to sort of maintain it, that other people will be able to use it without there being, you know, any real bug. Like, there's a bunch of considerations which are just, you know, more than what I do, which is when I just sort of play around with Python and I get certain results. I don't mean to suggest that it's not a type of programming. I know some people like to draw a distinction between programming and scripting would be another one that comes up. But like, the thing for me is that the way I usually use Python is not all that different from the way that I tell the program Stata how to do a regression. Now, Stata is a little bit different from Python because definitely the way Stata is built is it kind of assumes that the people at the Stata Corp are sort of smart enough that they you know, that they've kind of anticipated all of the possible regressions people are going to want to run and changes to the errors that they would make and so on and so forth. Whereas, you know, in the case of Python, you don't even need to use the statistical libraries. You know, you could sit down with NumPy and SciPy and, well, SciPy is sort of a statistical library, but like, you could sit down and, you know, you could do all the matrix algebra yourself, and, you know, if you know what you're doing, you would get the same results. So I don't mean to suggest that I don't have any facility with a computer. Just, I think there's a different, like, if somebody sat me down and said, like, you know, we're looking for this sort of reliable thing. Like, in terms of work, I know one small frustration I have with annual performance reviews is the fact that in a department that actually tried to make life rather difficult for me after I left them, I wrote a program which I know that they have continued to use for years, hasn't been modified. And one of the reasons I know that they're still using it is because I get emails from the people who are using it, and they want to know who wrote this thing. And they write me a thank you. So, I'm not going to completely deny myself any abilities. Like, I do try to build stuff to last. But in the end, I also sort of know, like, sitting down and doing an ad hoc analysis of Cultist Simulator, or, putting something to sort of grab a bunch of data off of Steam and to be able to talk about certain, certain observations of tags or things along those lines. It's a different type of thinking than, well, I mean, there's some things I know about Python, like, so like I know what abstract base classes are. And like if I would know how to be able to do something that sort of resembles interfaces in C# inside of Python. Like I know a little bit of that. But the fact that I've never really sat down and said, well, here's a case where an interface would make a really good, would be a really good idea. Like usually I'm just sort of sitting down and chaining together a bunch of functions so that I can get a specific output. I'm not thinking too much about whether or not I need to use this thing again in 10 years. I try and put that in a bucket that's a little bit different from what other people are doing. But again, I don't mean to be an elitist about it, and I don't mean to be completely, I don't mean to completely deny myself my capabilities. I just sort of recognize that programmer can mean a different thing to different people, and so as a result, I try to make sure that I put it within a pretty narrow scope. I mean, I'm happy either way. I mean, for the most part, it's like I had to write a JSON parser in school, but for the most part, you just use. I'm pretty sure every standard library just has a parser for any of those things. So, in the case of Book of Hours, it's in JSON. So I don't really have a particular preference other than whatever's coming in. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Okay. I feel like I don't have enough I feel like I don't have enough memories for the point I'm at. I'm not too fussed about how much time we have left in autumn. I have a big job ahead of me in terms of moving door and wall up to level 9, but the world's our oyster in terms of where we put door and wall afterwards. We might even figure that out next stream. Oh, weird. I meant to do Philemon, not the painting again. My bad. And actually, before I do that, let's make that threshold, because I'm going to forget otherwise. Yeah, well, I mean, it's also the distinction, too. Like, when I see... so, like, here would be a really good example of one of the reasons why I want to be careful in terms of talking about this sort of stuff. There's a game that I've been following the development of for a while, and occasionally I get to talk to the sort of the lead on that project, and she has been doing a lot of the AI work in Python. And so far as I can tell, is quite competent in Python. But I also know that they were hiring a programmer. Now, it may be that this is, they've too much design work to do that they can't program everything themselves. But I happen to know that some of it is just, I don't know how to do certain things, and we need a programmer on the team in order to make these things happen. Incidentally, they've already hired. So for those of you who are looking for programming jobs, my apologies. This is not the one for you. They've filled the position. But yeah, so like the tricky part here is, to a certain extent, I could say to myself, oh yeah, well, I'm a programmer, I can move in. But in reality, I'm probably just bringing the same set of skills that they already have, and that would be a very poor fit. Now, obviously, the process of a job search and like a posting and all of that is to sort that sort of stuff out. So I'm pretty sure if you sit me down with if you sit me down and ask me some questions, like, I'll know what big O notation is. If you press me on it, I'm gonna just crumple. So, that's that would be an easy example of where, like, I'm not passing the Google or the Microsoft interviews. I don't sit down and work out the complexity of algorithms. And I've never read the Gang of Four book, but I do know like one or two design patterns. So yeah, no, it's just the thing for it is I just find it useful, because sometimes these conversations turn to like, oh, well, what can you do? And like, inevitably, I don't want to disappoint someone and say, oh yes, I'll do your entire game for you. This is a piece of cake, But maybe I'm overly cautious on it. I don't know. So we should have 4 memories by the end of all of this. Okay, so nothing. So at least we didn't lose the coffee. I suppose there's a benefit there. The other eye of the serpent, in which the Heresiarch Signifer attempts to resolve certain mysteries of lightning. Signifer considers lightning to be the division, the connection, the joined serpent. The serpent's eye is said to be the sun, but as the division and connection, it must have a second eye. Signifer considers and rejects 3 times the hypothesis that the moon is the serpent's other eye, insisting that it and the sun do not share a nature. This, as much as the serpent business, is what got him burnt by the church. He proposes that the serpent's teeth are towers, that the serpent's mouth is a gate, that the serpent is the devourer of yeast, and therefore that the serpent's other eye is amber. Let me just double check what we're working with here. Okay, so we've got the Newman, the pattern, salt. We're working on a secret threshold. And we can get some touch reasonably soon. But I am short on elements of the soul, so we should be recovering these things. So we'll use the tuppence and the thruppence. And if we have anything left over after talking with Reverend Timothy, so much the better. I have not run into any penalties for keeping a malady around for too long, which is not to suggest that there isn't a penalty for it, I just haven't encountered it. Part of the temptation, to be honest, an opening opportunity that'll last a little while. Part of the temptation to keep around the Fascinated Faust is just the fact that I am going to be able to, like, I kind of want to see if something will hit me. Like, I don't want to go out of my way to have something bad happen to me, but it would be kind of interesting to see if something comes up. I know they are definitely making there is a little more bite in terms of the maladies now. So the idea that I can infect books has definitely kept me from interacting with books the way that I did before. But I haven't changed my play I haven't changed my play too much from the way that I used to. Okay, shadows shift, sun bars follow. I think I actually have one too many elements of the soul now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we need 8. So, all right, that's fine. I'll just make a little money with the health. Okay, so I think we are ready to go back to investigating the house. I'm just assuming that I can explain my lore reason for investigating with all this fascination is that my fascination just has me wandering around Hush House, starry-eyed, you know, staring at everything on the walls and occasionally finding a bronze spintria. Okay, we're loaded. Hookabald, Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom, he said, his trophies resembled. The set of the mouth of the stag has perhaps a surly quality. Okay, that is it for the first floor, the ground floor. The grand ascent, ground floor, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheellock. So I don't think the potted monstra is something that I'll be able to... Yeah. And I suspect the same is true for my little snake friend. Nope. Alright. So I do want to follow up on these, but we're not ready yet. Yeah, there's actually not a whole lot in the ascent for me to work with once we get past the ground floor. Oh, that's interesting. So the atrium chair... No, there we go. Okay. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. I'm assuming it's just going to give me another touch, but the point of doing all of this is so that we can say we've investigated the house. And because there's not a whole lot in these areas up here, it looks like we're going to make it all the way up to the windswept gallery without too much trouble. Better now. Okay, so I'm just going to take a second here to double check my priorities. So I've got a touch now. Okay, so I have a pattern, the Newman, salt, secret threshold, and touch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 8, so I need 3 elements of the soul. And that would be to generate a foresight, a regret, or a stolen secret. All of which can be produced by Reverend Timothy, and all of which we can get out of book. So yes, we can afford to make some money at the Sweet Bones. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Atrium chair, reserved for latecomers, non-believers, and the pensive. Is there any accusatory element to its creaks? Was that intentional? I actually really like that description. It reminds me, I was in a very, very old house, and I forgot my charger, so I needed to go down the stairs. But like, it was also like a really long day, and it was late, and everybody just wanted to get to sleep. So, but there was only one staircase down the stairs, and oh, that's interesting. So this is almost certainly going to consume it. Yeah. So try as I might, like I really tried to tiptoe around and Like every single time I went down on a step, it would seem to be okay, and then out of nowhere, this just deafening creak comes through, and I'm like, oh, everybody's gonna want to kill me now. Anyway. Like, it is the kind of creak in a big house that like makes you just kind of wish a giant hole would open up and you could just fall in so you don't need to deal with the consequences. It was that kind of a creak. That's how old houses work. After living in one for a few years, you learn where the beams under the floor lay. There, it does creak. Fair enough. Alright, the Sol Invictus symbol, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the Intercalate. Since the Reformation, 1/4 is assigned to each of the Orthodox hours, Madrigad, Watchman. I feel like I talked about this when we first saw the symbol. Since the Reformation, 1/4 is assigned to each of the Orthodox hours, Madrigad, Watchman, Wolf. Whoa. The Wolf is an Orthodox hour. Madrigad, Watchman, Wolf, Meniscate, and the junction at the wheel's heart to the Sun and Rags or Splendor. A less orthodox tradition assigns the rim to the enigmatic Saint Januarius. Well, that's really interesting. So I didn't realize that the wolf would count. Well, okay, orthodox hours. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be the solar or Orthodox solar hour, because I remember it sort of says one of them is worshipped regrettably, which I imagine would be the wolf, which is the wound of the sun, or the fact that any four of them are being worshipped, given that it was divided. I think it would be this one. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours: the Sun and Rags or Splendor, the Meniscate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel, and yet it's the chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. Yeah, so it's a little funny to see that apparently Orthodoxy still includes the wolf as one of the 4 parts. Neat. So I don't expect too much in the Windswept Gallery, to be honest. I'm assuming if I consider this, it uses it up. And apparently I can't consider the HMS Carisham because it's fixed in place. So I cannot remove this without applying sufficient force to damage it, and no librarian of the house would be so crude. Alright. So I have some options here. I could go and check out the upper rooms and then go back down, or I could just sort of continue to go through the layers. And I actually kind of think it would be better to just move up. I'll save the caves for last. But I think what I'm going to do is just kind of go column by column. Otherwise I'm going to lose track. And I suspect there's not a whole lot for me to check. Hang on. I could have sworn there was at least some kind of a chair up here. There we go. Carpenter's stool. Shouldn't be so ready to leave the Windswept Gallery. Or it's not the Windswept Gallery, it is the Windlit Gallery. Alright. One more conversation with Timothy, and then we read some books. Solace. Alright. So we'll still talk with Timothy, but we are now going to get the... Concerned about Moth 2 on a chair? I want to know about a squeaky winter chair, personally. All right, so we want foresight, regret, and a stolen secret. Okay, on resonance or sunset Celia. Okay. So there's the foresight. Apparently the 12 letters of consequence is the last of the regret text, and then I'm kind of back on the cycle, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt to sort of loop through them. And then stolen secret. Count of Kanishk at the spider's door. Pretty sure that was our VAC text. Clearly not. Well, not clearly not, but... Ah, Aramaic. Alright, so in a minute we'll be able to employ the shaft. And then the question is, what do we use the door and wall to upgrade? The funny thing is I think most of the stuff that we need to move up is now, or the stuff that we used to need to move up is now level 9. There are a few things that I am going to want to try and level up, but I'm not entirely sure the door and the wall will help. I love how this game goes, oh yeah, librarian knows these languages, but don't assume everyone does. And then people will come to see... Yeah, well, I mean, I can see why. So the thing... it's actually kind of funny if you take a look. There, I think from the patch notes, I get the impression that there have been a couple of cases where the visitors wind up not knowing languages that they've written books in. But the fact that they don't know Latin actually isn't as big of a surprise for me. So like, let's say you could sort of see how someone would maybe know like Sanskrit and Vac, but they wouldn't necessarily know, let's say, like Latin, Greek, or Fusine. Or maybe we can even add Aracapean to there as well, because those tend to have, you know, you can see those being isolated to a certain region. And then likewise, you could sort of imagine someone having like Aramaic and Deep Mandaic, and even something like Hyksos, let's say. But again, maybe they wouldn't necessarily have Vac, because maybe there you're making the connection with Sanskrit and so on and so forth. So there is a little bit of a logic behind it. But yeah, you're right. Like, obviously, if you know, take an example here, a language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine, Aracapean, these mystics claimed, allowed the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. You know, presumably it's not that hard to learn Latin. But yeah, no, it actually makes a little bit more sense to me, because there does actually seem to be sort of a consistency in terms of the sets of languages that they know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually some information that's communicated in terms of the fact that they know subsets of languages. All right, the carpenter's stool, irreparably woody, perhaps it's haunted. Someone has deliberately sanded down the end of each leg to a different angle. Well, there's your moth for you, Rebarber's Loss. Okay. yeah, I believe that covers everything inside the Windlet Gallery that I can check out. We now have a librarian stool. So I think we have one more day left in winter. Again, I haven't sorted out what we do with the remaining door and wall. But it would be interesting... I don't know, it'll be interesting to see where the need lies. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Okay, another touch for us. Librarian stool, a sea-colored, star-ornamented stool. A stout little soldier, on whose worn surface have rested the slippers of a dozen generations of librarians. It did also occur to me I made money with the health, but I probably could have brought back another element of the soul to get a persistent memory. I keep forgetting to do that. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so the challenge here is that most of the stuff that I can put into the consider verb is either going to be used up or it's going to be so like analyze the liquid, don't want to do that. Bucket of ashes, I'm going to assume has a similar result. Yeah. And that's assuming that I can actually put an element of the soul in the first place. Okay. Let's yeah, so I think we can move on from the foundry. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brandkrug village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure that he could have his pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments. A bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. Now, I suspect we are in a similar boat. Really, it's just the kitchen bowls that... Yeah, and that won't take an affliction. I cannot taint the kitchen bowls. So we will move up. Alright, the account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Loch Cowley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Loch Cowley the vessel of his appetites, promising Loch that they would ascend together. At the Spider's Door, he betrayed his lover. He would sleep in the foundry during winter? You know, where I've moved, actually, the winters get kind of cold, so a foundry a sleeping bag actually sounds like a good idea. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Loch Cowley remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. So there's our stolen secret. On Resonance Experiments in Ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vincent. Vincent suggests percussion instruments that might be sympathetic to a number of hours and names. Some are more likely than others. Vincent uncontroversially suggests drums of various materials as the sympathetic instrument of the Thunderskin and its ascendant Dwendrozones. He proposes bells of bronze and iron for the Lionsmith and the Colonel. He spends some time on the design of a bee rattle for the Malachite, but doesn't seem entirely confident of his findings. I remember that one now. That's actually a fun one to read. The 12 Letters on Consequence, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hirschalt, the mystic and antiquarian. By the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the oneiropolitical worms movement and Hirschalt with the birds, meaning roughly that Hirschalt held the order of the hours to be desirable and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Many of Cosley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats directed at Herschel. Some are both. Okay, 20 seconds before we can level up, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we're good. Just need to apply the shaft. You got that Grail victory where you sacrifice your lover? How could you, Decree? What was the lover, out of curiosity? Maybe it was, if it's somebody I don't care for, then I'll be I'll be more okay with it. Okay, this didn't seem to generate a memory, which is interesting. Reading lamp to ensure clarity of vision even in utmost dark. It does flicker occasionally. A gift from Governor Collars, apparently for once without any ulterior motive. And only once. Well, there's definitely lots of things to consider here, but we're definitely not doing that with the Fascinated Faust. We will, however, consider the chair. Oh, what am I doing? I need to use the shaft. If it's dawn, I'm gonna freak out. So yeah, what that cost me was a foresight I could have brought into the next day. But I think that also means I should be able to get by without losing everything. But man, I really need to get... I'm okay if I lose the thread in terms of a thing I'm talking about, but losing track of where I am in the playthrough is a bit shameful. All right, Grand Reading Armchair. Nestle grandly. Once a favored chair of the Treasurer of the Curia, an office that Fraser Strathcoyne often held and much preferred to the post of librarian. The only drawback here is I may be down the shaft for tomorrow, but it's not hard for us to get things back from the Sweet Bones. Yeah. We almost had something very sad happen. So. Okay, so now it was Saliba. All right, well that's fine. I guess we can. I think we can accept to sacrifice Saliba if duty requires it. I'm going to take a minute here and just double check my values. So Tridesma Hyra gives us 9 Grail and 10 Moon. So we're good there. Resurgence and Emergences, 9 Grail and 10 Moth. So the 10 Moth is what's relevant here. 9 Heart and 10 Winter. Okay. Sickle and Eclipse is 10 Edge. We already have the 10 Moon, so we're fine there. Edict's Liminal is 10 Moth, which we already have, and we have 10 Knock from Preliminal Meters. Sacrolame, again, 10 Moth, 9 Sky, which would be the new one. 9 Rose, which is good. Horns and Ivories gave us 10 Scales, so we're happy there. And Door and Wall will ultimately give us 10 Knock and 9 Forge. Okay, so that did give us a Forge improvement. I don't think we're at a point where we really need to worry about Forge, but... Okay, moving on. Auroral Contemplations gives us 9 Lantern, Hammer Time, 9 Edge, 8 Forge. So at this point, we kind of have everything we already know. So from what I'm reading here... it's the Nectar. The Nectar is the one that's lagging, and unfortunately I don't think Forge or Knock are really going to help Nectar in this case. It's actually probably Drums and... No, Rites of the Roots would be the highest, yeah. So one thing I can do really quick is just take a look. Maybe Spices and Savors? Okay, yeah, there you go. There's a small argument to boost bells and braziers because that has forge as a primary. And the reason why forge as a primary is good is that it'll eventually get me to the 10 forge that I need. Whereas knock we've already got. So let's go bells and braziers. And that needs forge and sky. Unfortunately, sky is actually quite straightforward to get some points for. And we need 7. Sorry for the silence, I'm just going to write down what I need. So I count 11 memories that I can access for this. This should not be tricky. I'm going to bring in Timothy. It's just nice to have. There is a small temptation to try and read one of the Cracktrack texts, but I'm going to save that. I think it's better to focus on door and wall first and then proceed accordingly. But given that I need 7 for bells and braziers, I'm going to start with the beguiling melody, cheerful ditty, confounding parable, okay, wait a minute. Beguiling melody, cheerful ditty. Let's get a touch from, well, we can wait on that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I can actually generate 7 memories without Reverend Timothy at all. But let's go for the music because we know he won't generate that for us. Wind's Ruin. It's not a recording, is it? Nope. Now I gotta find the Wind's Ruin. Huh. I'm slightly alarmed at the number of times I'm saying I guess that must be another playthrough, because this is the largest library that I've had ever. So that shouldn't... Well, then again, I guess I am also specifically looking for different books, so it would make sense that I say that. Anyways, I do really think I'm starting to miss out on some books just because I haven't been filing them correctly. I do plan on working on that, but for some reason, even though I know I lose time doing it here, I'm not quite sure I can bring myself to just sort out books for a live stream. I do have a plan for it though, so Gemini 3 is our plan B. Okay, Perugian Diary. Well, Instruments of the Heart, if I can find it, would be interesting. But I am going to settle. Otherwise, I'm going to do this for every book that I'm looking for. So, Perugian Diaries is here. Okay. If I get the Savage Hymn, that's probably... Actually, I could use my health for that. So, Newman. Wait a minute, the Newman is also Fusine, though. I can wait on that. Pattern. The Radical Measure or the Twin Serpent Tantra. I'm gonna just double check that it's not in this or this pile. I definitely remember where the Tantra is, but the Radical Measure is the preferred text. And there it is. I know we've read this one recently, but... Alright, let's see if we can get that Savage Hymn. So we'll need to recover the... no, that doesn't help me. We'll need to recover the forge. It's sorry, the shaft at some point, but I'm not gonna run out of my way. Does it make sense for me to renew the Faust? 10 seconds isn't that big of a deal. But I do want to talk with Reverend Timothy as soon as I can, because he is a source of a lot of the memories that I need. Alright, the skill is now level 9. Its power aspects have also increased. Let's also keep studying. Footstool. Should probably give me a touch. Investigate the object. Actually, I think I know what's going to cause me to fix my Faust. Reading these texts. Not all of them, actually few of them are lantern texts. Well, okay, maybe Maybe I'm a little premature to say that. The moon footstool, a soft gold glimmer in the half-light. There is a stain halfway down the side where, sometime in the mid-1830s, Solomon Husher spilt his tea when he had heard that Julian Cosley had apologized. Imposing reading armchair. Nestle imposingly. Actually, before I do that, we can probably make a confounding parable. Unless I'm already trying to make one of those. I don't think I am. I don't think Caller's desk helps me here. No. Nona... Nope. Well, we can wait 6 seconds. We can also get an inventory of memories. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Alright, let's look at what we've got here. So, the Geminiad 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what has been separated, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is elusive, enigmatic, intricate. It'll take some untangling. The third volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet, but it is ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. So there's our beguiling melody. Moving on, we've got a savage hymn, harsh on the tongue. The Radical Measure glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult purposes, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Alopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. The hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peel avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. Alopoli has added a note suggesting that this should in fact be the most tremendous time with poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peel explains, enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said, and is best only written with one's eyes firmly closed. Alopoli's gloss reads, Horizon Sight Synthesis Method. Reverse procedure with knock to elaborate Gervinite in the chronsichord mode. And the Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Alopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Alopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me. Any good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably. Alopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies. The latter half of the journal is now concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are widely varying in quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. Alright, so we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just check these off too. So yeah, let me see if I can make a confounding parable. I don't quite remember which. I don't think it's preliminal meter. Nope, there it is. So that is 6 of 7 that we have already. Actually, if I went for a swim, I think I'd be able to get that too. Better now. Okay, so I'm going to set this aside, and we'll use this to upgrade bells and braziers, but I will still renew my Fost. One, it gives me more sky in case something happens to the shop, but number two, it's just a chance for me to make a little bit of money. There is actually a side of me that says we're far enough along on our goal that we probably could have read one of the lesser texts here, but I'm not too... I don't know, I'm not too fussed if I have a little bit of an easier day. So the solace is what I needed. Oh man, actually if we're at the halfway point of the day, nah, I'll keep disciplined. Alright, it fits fairly tidily in the mind as long as you turn it sideways. The moth, the grail, and the egg on hatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Okay, so let's take our forge and level up bells and braziers. This doesn't have like an immediate need, but it does the trick, which is all I can really ask for here. I actually don't remember what... I don't think I wound up investigating this one. But yeah, I think probably that's going to be the focus for today is really just going to be earn some money at the Sweet Bones, investigate some more parts of the house, but this is definitely going to be my librarian's holiday today. I don't see any reason to go hard on some of the Cracktrack that we've got. Especially if you think about it, if we don't have anything change, it essentially means that we have a total of 5 more books to read. And I think it's very unlikely that we will see... Oh. That order was wrong. Yeah, I don't really see a situation where... I mean, maybe one of the Newman visitors, but I think we're gonna have a few visitors for the next little while. Okay, let's what am I gonna do here? Yeah, we will nestle imposingly. Yeah, so we're at the halfway point of the day. Again, the temptation here would be it's about 2 minutes to read a given text. So it's maybe not the most difficult thing in the world for me to be able to, to read it and level things up. But it sure would be nice if I knew what the lesson was. The other thing I could actually maybe try to do is to try and find a way to make Uzalt. But again, that would probably be better for a time when I haven't used up all my elements of the soul. So the imposing reading armchair, nestle imposingly. A printed card reads, now probably safe to sleep in this chair, GC. It's funny, I kind of wish I had all my elements of the soul back, because it does feel like I could be doing more. But again, we'll see what winter brings. We'll get one Cracktrack book read before the stream is done. Oh, same reading. So Moon Footstool, a soft gold glimmer in the half-light. Apparently, Solomon Husher spilled his tea twice. There's a stain halfway down the side here, sometime in the mid-1830s, Solomon Husher spilled his tea when he heard that Julian Cosley had apologized. Okay, is there anything else in the reading room for us to check out? Because a lot of it is either consumable or a book. So some of these I'm expecting will be a duplicate, so I wouldn't be surprised. Ambrose apparently had 2 favorite chairs. Maybe the vase of carnations? No, because that counts as flowers. Maybe the strategist's lamp, though. Nope. Okay, but the inviting footstool. Investigate the object. I think in this case I'm actually willing to go a little, to speed things up a little bit, just because there really isn't that much left for us to do today. We'll save a memory when the time comes, but other than that, we're really just kind of going through the motions. Inviting footstool. How many home from storm propped their feet here and gazed into the fire? Ambrose Westcott was once lost on the moors. He would not suffer it to be spoken of. Thyrza Blake was often lost on the moors. She would not suffer it not to be spoken of. Thyrza Blake is definitely a very memorable character in this. I think pretty much every time I see the words Thyrza Blake appear on the screen, I have like a big smile because I know something's gonna come up. Okay, these little fellas they're interesting. I want to follow up on them, but you know what? We'll double check with Ambrose. The Mantis is the one that I really want to see, but okay. Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. Okay. I didn't read the reading room description, incidentally. I'll have to remember to do that. Okay, we're at dusk. We can afford to slow things down a bit. Man, that is a weird looking room when you don't have the painting in there. The Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it really is the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. Beneath the skin of the world, we find the Mansis, also called the World Spine, also called the House of the Sun. The Mansis is the home of the hours, on which the world depends, and a sojourning place for certain departed souls. Above the house is the glory, the origin of light to which souls aspire. At the foot of the house, and around its walls, though it has no walls, is the wood. Beneath the house is nowhere. Oh, yep, we also have Philemon, Finian, and Tavish, so I was wrong. This one is Hokabald. So what I should have read before was the reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine-takers, visitors were sometimes left unsupervised. I should update my notes to say that we now have a level 9, or we already had level 9. Yeah, so level 9 forge isn't news. Alright, doing pretty well as far as money's concerned. Although again, the money's not a priority. Okay, I think I'll hang on to the memory storm. Again, I have no idea what I'm going to need next. but generally keeping... So it's sort of like if you have one aspect rather... So two aspects would be better than one, higher intensity better than lower intensity, and so as a result I tend to gravitate towards Storm just because it has two of a given aspect, and it's... it has two different aspects, and it has two of each of those aspects. So as opposed to, let's say, Foresight, which has two intensity and then one. All right, Philemon. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals, whom, he said, his trophies resembled. Philemon was the nom de plume of a poet who satirically christened Westcott the Magus of the Silvered Smoke. Whatever this meant exactly, it clearly enraged Westcott. What did Finian do to Westcott? All right, winter. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? And it's snowing. So there's a few opportunities available to us. I think before we go any further, I think it's best just to start with the reading. There's nothing to make me want to delay. So we'll take the green jasper tablet. I guess I'll put it at the end here. We'll read that at Nona's desk. I don't even really think we need a memory for that. I think we can just... Oh wait, no, my nectar's pretty dreadful actually. But with health, I think that'll just get pushed over the edge. So if we give it rights of the roots, so we're at 8 there, and then... Oh, actually, I can save myself the trouble. Whist. So the reason I'm doing it this way is that I can now add Cracktrack, which has 2 nectar. Oh, no, hang on, I still have it. And then we add the cake bowls. Kitchen bowls. Cake time! Alright, have a good one, Digi Inferno. Alright. Actually, if I really want... Oh no, I can't. I was going to say, why don't I just try reading the White Jade tablet? I'm like, well, I can't because I can only use Cracktrack one at a time. So, as much as I love the ambition, maybe I roll that back. Let's also go harvesting. So we've got the gull colony, steal eggs from seabirds, or find what the seabirds have stolen. I'm trying to think if there's something... Let's go Sky Stories with this one. I don't know if that's going to change anything. The wind is bitter today. I would need a memory for... Well, speaking of memories, let's get Reverend Timothy in. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. So the small temptation is we try and read the White Jade tablet. With that, I would need the Tryst as well as a Tumoth memory. But I'll settle for just reading the one today. Pearl and Tide in this one. And then a walk on the moor. So for that, I mean, my options here basically are I can do some gardening. I do seem to recall I was a bit short on Blue Crown, so there's a small argument for me to replenish my stock because that's a fairly rare item. Alternatively, the walk on the moor. I guess the question I would have here is what would be the element, well, what would be the most fitting skill? You know what? I'm going to get the Blue Crown today. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue crown is one of those few. So depending on what we wind up with, I may... Yep, there's definitely... So not everything. So if you try and get vegetables, you'll come up short. But generally we're okay. Carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Finian. Finian Boole was a tobacconist whose bills Westcott inexplicably refused to pay. Alright, Tavish, where are you, the little one? Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. This is more for preparation, depending on what we get from the book. So it might be a complete waste of time, or it might be it may have actually been a smart choice to grab Reverend Timothy. But again, there's not a whole lot that we're going to do other than check out the the various rooms and their contents. So Tavish is a gamekeeper who once derided Westcott's ability to shoot straight. Clearly the most... You can see why this is in the top spot then. Alright, Westcott room. By God, sir, we will have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. Once more, the knighted chair. Oh, I'm curious why I'm keeping the shaft around, though. Presumably... Well, let's see what the book provides. I was thinking maybe from there, I can... Well, there's two things I want to do. One, I'd like to figure out what's happening with Uzult, the affair of thee, developments in the world beyond Brandkrug. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Oh, the affair of the Rising While. A self-styled oracle preaches the truth of nearly now to her followers. She camps by the Temple of the Seven Coils and hasn't been eaten. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. Here we go. Across the inner sea, across the desert sands, someone styling herself as the Oracle of the Rising While has set up a tent town where she preaches the truth of nearly now to her followers. This would be of no obvious interest to the students of the invisible arts, except that, although she has pitched her tents in the shadow of the Temple of the Seven Coils, nothing appears to have eaten anyone. And Fraser Strathcoyne is interested in this. I will note that Strathcoyne does have a language that we still want to acquire, and this is a real dilemma that I have with this playthrough, because up to this point I have satisfied every visitor to the house in terms of what they are doing. And obviously if I want to get more information in the game, satisfying their requests is going to be more effective than than just getting the language. But yeah, Ramsund is one of these things that would get me access to two more texts. The Turquoise Hand, which does House of Newman, and On the Winding Stair. Oh, okay, well, there we go. On the Winding Stair. But yeah, in this case, we will talk with Strathcoyne and pick up the Spintria for his for helping him. Philanthropist, collector, former librarian, a complicated man, but not a cruel one. I'm not sure if I'll stop talking with Reverend Timothy about it, though. Sorry, I think we'll wait till we finish the book and then decide if it's worth it. Oh, you know what? One other thing I could be doing is I could be recycling my whist to make money. Solid, comfortable, oddly unobtrusive. Someone died in this chair, I find myself thinking. There are no stains or remains. There's nothing at all to suggest that this might be true. It's a prophecy. 13th Librarian. No, never mind. All right. Let's Let's see if there's anything else I can do here. Yeah, some of these aren't exactly surprises. And there's no real... Yeah, there's nothing really else for us to interact with. It's all individual items. So, the Severin Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, although it was originally furnished for Hafren, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. So, I suspect we will be quite busy in the Flood Gallery. Let's start with the chairs. Now, one thing I'm a little annoyed with myself for is that there are a bunch of persistent memories that I could theoretically create. And they would be very useful to have sort of lying around for cases where I want to take advantage of something really quickly. On the other hand, this is the time for me to be able to like pick up items and like do things with them. So I'm not entirely unhappy with the way I'm handling the day, but it still feels a little weird. It does feel a little weird to kind of handle it the way that I am so far. We should... No, we're not done yet. Oh, here we go. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. All right, let's find a home for the blue crown. Now I've got something to do with the shaft. Welcome back, Diginferno. Nope. And scraps from the Owl's Edge, another awakened feather. Not like I needed another one, but there we have it. What I'm usually looking for is an egg. Okay, melodic chair. Someone appears to have tuned the squeaks. Relax on it just so, and you can almost make out the first notes of Kitty Mazarine's fuguing tune, 30 Birds. Someone has tucked a sad little treasure beneath the seat cushion. A pale mommet. A gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. I was not expecting that. Let's let that just haunt everybody in the room. I don't suppose there's any Mad Men fans in chat. I realize it's been like every single show that I'm referring to is over a decade or two old, but there is a very specific moment I'm thinking of from that series. I'll try and explain it. But it's I have no idea why this particular item... Wait a minute. This is like pointing the wrong way now. There is... For those of you not familiar with it, Mad Men takes place in an advertising agency. It kind of goes from the 50s to 70s, I think. Anyways, like it's definitely, it's a show that really plays up the differences in terms of what the world was like then versus now. And the main character is this somewhat enigmatic advertising executive named Don Draper, and sort of his unique ability to sort of see where the culture is going, and it's how that is reflected in terms of sort of the advertising does. It's actually quite a good show. I feel that its reputation is certainly well deserved. Although, so far as I can tell, I don't think the show ever really made any money. Like it was quite critically acclaimed, but it always felt like it was something that was talked about a lot but actually its viewership numbers were never really that impressive. But I know like it was kind of the one where it was John Hamm like kind of became a big actor. But anyways, one of the things that happens in the series will usually be the antics surrounding this advertising office. It's not really a comedy, but it definitely has funny moments in it. And for whatever reason, when I hear about the description of, I don't know, I mean, maybe it's too deep for the regular Joe, is always a tough one for me to work with, because I feel like I seem to remember reading that Twin Peaks was actually a really popular show when it came out. And I mean, obviously the show took a very different turn, and I think most accounts are that was due to some network interference. But I mean, like, it's David Lynch. David Lynch is not exactly an easy view in most cases. He is actually very good at making conventional movies. Like The Elephant Man is wonderful. And there are definitely other, well, like The Straight Story would be another example of that. But yeah, I would say that Twin Peaks is definitely a bit much for the average Joe. Now, again, that's obviously quite a bit later, but even if you think about something like HBO, right? Like the fact that The Wire was huge, I do feel like there is an audience for a certain type of show. One thing that really causes me to hesitate is whenever I try to, I don't think this is exactly what you're saying, but I'll phrase it in my own case. I always tend to get very suspicious of myself once I start explaining things by like other people don't get it, other people aren't as clever as I am, or things along those lines. Because in the end, it's also a very difficult one for me to, it's hard for me to kind of get some kind of action out of that as well. So for instance, if I say, okay, The Wire is critically acclaimed and commercially successful, but Mad Men isn't, or or whatever it is, or like Breaking Bad is actually also very well told. I mean, I can see why it would also appeal to a conventional audience, but I think people were reacting to its qualities as good storytelling, not just. There's a couple things that actually bug me a little bit about, more so the earlier episodes of Breaking Bad, but like, great show. But yeah, I don't know, like. The reason why I'm always hesitant to do that is like, let's say that I kind of take this view. It's like, okay, Mad Men, LOL, this show is for smart people. And let's say that I somehow wanted to, I wanted that insight to inform whatever work I do on my own. And let's face it, I'm not going to be making a TV show. Pretty much everything I write is nonfiction. So like, it's a bit of a stretch already here. But like, what is the conclusion then that I gotta dumb it down for people? Is it that I shouldn't expect to get some kind of return? I do still like to think that audiences do reward shows that treat them with respect. And at the very least, it is, I feel like a useful illusion for me to hang on to. And so, sometimes when you look at creations, it is worth just sort of accepting. Like it's hard whenever I try to write an essay because I'm trying to describe something, right? Like, so I just recently put out the follow-up to the productivity essay, and of course, every single time I make a claim in that, there's like 10 other things I'm thinking of that would be sort of caveats to the, and usually to like the corner cases or the contradictions, but I still think to a certain extent it is useful to try and get a general idea of what is going on. But of course, one of the things that I always need to recognize when writing an essay like that is that there's absolutely cases where people, even people with a well-established track record, who seem to not be able to do any wrong, they are capable of making mistakes, or they are capable of misjudging an audience. Sometimes people get unlucky, so perfect example of this, and I think he's even said this in some of his GDC talks. Consider Alexis Kennedy, right? One half of Weather Factory. Most people will say, oh yes, creative mind behind Sunless Sea and Fallen London and, Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, can do no wrong. But then there's Machine Cares, and I'm not entirely sure, I get the impression that Fallen London was successful in some ways, but I don't think it was paying the bills. So I think that necessitated the creation of Sunless Sea. And it can be very easy to start forgetting that, people are another example, right? So we think of Kit Fox Games. I don't want to, I'm not going to make a big claim in terms of what is financially successful or not financially successful from them, but based on the statements that they've made publicly and sort of what you can take a look at in terms of its reviews in that, I get the impression that, Moon Hunter's successful game. I think Shrouded Isle looks like it's quite successful. It's a little hard because I think it also wound up in a Humble Bundle, but if you look at its review counts, it looks pretty good. I don't know what the expectations for Fit for a King were, but I certainly know that, when I look at what was at the time called Chronocyte and is now called Lucifer Within Us, I rather enjoyed the game personally, but it's hard to look at the reviews for that, particularly at the time, and see that as a particularly successful game financially. Now again, this is the developer that has made Moon Hunters and Boyfriend Dungeon, and they've published Dwarf Fortress. So certainly they have got a fairly good eye for what makes a good game. But again, it's very easy to remember those big successes. But the ones that didn't succeed had just as much care and attention put into them, and everybody sort of sat down and said, yeah, this is going to be something that people will want to play. And so it's one of these things that's always hard for me when trying to come up with a big explanation. It's sometimes, actually, to be honest with you, the theory I would never be able to write an article on, but I deeply subscribe to, is whether or not you have, quote unquote, it, right? I don't have it. There will never be a circumstance under which I have it. And by it, I mean, when I post something on social media, people will pay attention. When I go live, there will be thousands or even hundreds of people watching. I'd be lucky if I got into the even medium double digits, frankly, barring, some special event. And that's fine. That is not a major source of concern that I have. But the thing is that there are lots of very interesting games that cannot seem to get a break in terms of PR. I even get the impression, if you notice, the Locksmith's Dream is a really great event. And I think they have definitely been working really hard to get people to pay attention to what's going on with it. And I know there's a bit of a thing about the expense, but I think relative to what they offer and the amount of tension, I don't actually hear a lot of people talking about it as much as I think I should. And again, it's nothing about quality, but it definitely does seem to be that some people, again, for lack of a better term, have it, right? It's almost like being cool, right? You can never really think your way to being cool. But anyway. So yeah, it's a tough one, because in one sense, I do try to think carefully about these things and maybe try and get an idea in terms of what succeeds and why. And yet, on the other hand, I also sort of recognize that chance is always going to play a role, and that we, even the best kind of tuned model, or the most kind of the most sure thing is sort of subject to some disturbances, and that applies to TV, or that applies to games, or pretty much anything that that grabs people's attention, or fails to grab people's attention. But yeah, please don't expect an essay about it from me anytime soon. Green Jasper Tablet. Supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper, which serves as the covenant stone of the monastery of the Fifth Cup, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the watchman's tree. Humankind hid itself from the glorious light in the roots of the watchman's tree, but for every chink we stuffed with cloth and hair, we opened another, and the light crept in, until we looked below into nowhere, and the eye of the mare in the tree winked red. So we already know the association with red and... oh, that's interesting. There's no flowers. I have thoughts about this. The tablet expounds the dangers of inviting... Sorry. The tablet expounds the dangers of inviting in the nowhere hour called the mare in the tree, and also of forbidding her entry, since she can never be entirely be denied. Along the way, it reveals the secret of the sacrament malachite, in which the merry mare merrily spits, brewed with rites of the roots from the pneuma pear in the presence of sufficient nectar aspect. Okay, so sacrament malachite is actually quite difficult to make. But I have another entry for my... sheet. I was actually planning on being done before midnight, so I think I missed a deadline for something, but I'll make it work. All right, let's find a place to store this. Okay, so I need moth and nectar to make this happen. Good news is we'll take this up to level 8, and this is my highest nectar, so this is actually... overall, this is very good news. But... what am I going to do here? So I suppose the first question is, what do I actually have to bring... Yeah, we're halfway through the day. I have one item. Actually, okay, well, here's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to need to come up with this list no matter what. So let's take a second here. I'm probably going to wrap up at the end of this in-game day. Let's figure out the nectar and moth for tomorrow. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? This may work out well for me. It's going to require a little finesse, but Alright, this is going to be a big old pain. So, let's say sent... So right now I've got Earth Sign, Impulse, Newman, Weaving the World, sent. Hive's Lament. Name Day Riddle. That brings me up to 6. Crap. Okay, I've got the 6 to 7, but the 7 to 8 is going to be quite an adventure. So here's what we're going to do. Let's get the Newman, because that... Actually, I don't even need to worry about the Newman. I can just get an Earth Sign. So we'll read Wrapped in the King. I'm going to give up on... There's going to be a couple things I give up on. One will be... Nope. Okay. We'll read Wrapped in the King first. Trying to think whether or not it makes sense for me to try and restore health at midday. Let's go for it. Quick nap, when warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay, so I'm going to need to... Okay, fortunately we're restoring the Whist. So now I'm going to get the Newman, I think. So notice that the priority right now is things that will, that can be preserved. So we'll do Weaving the World, which should give us Nectar. I think it actually also gives us some Moth now that I think of it, but... We'll find out. Okay. Melodic chair. Someone appears to have tuned the squeaks. Relax on it just so, and you can almost make out the first notes of Kitty Mazary's fusing tune, the 30 Bird. Oh yeah, I never actually did say the thing from Mad Men that this reminded me of, but the moment has passed. So let's sniff a plant. Oh, actually, with that, I probably just consigned myself to not getting the Nectar and the Moth today. But we'll do our best. Okay, yeah, no, I know, I actually know how we do this, but it's going to take a lot. The scent of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. Okay, so right now the focus that I have is generating some quick nectar and moth however I can. So let's start with a desk that actually lets me put... There's no desk that's going to let me put lantern and moth together. Why am I even trying? I keep saying there isn't a desk that puts lantern and moth together, but there may actually be, so... or at the very least, there may be a... Okay, that doesn't like the lantern. That takes moth, but it doesn't take... Oh, hang on. I think it's actually the Watchman's Shrine here. Nope. That's just mean. January's had Rose, right? I can see why it would make sense that you don't have moth and lantern in the same place, but I keep getting the impression that you can put them. Oh, yeah, again. Callers, unsung hero of Book of Hours. So what I'm not clear on is if there's like a low-level moth recipe that will give me a quick moth. Because if it's a name day riddle, I'm kind of done for. I'm thinking what might be true here is that most of the moth stuff I want to make takes 90 seconds to produce, in which case it's a waste of time. In fact, the way I'm looking at it right now, I think it makes sense to keep the persistent stuff, but I think I'm wasting my time. So let's see. Let's not lock ourselves into too many silly decisions here. I'm going to be down the Eigengrau, but that's life. Okay, so let me come up with a real inventory of this now. So we've got Earth Sign, Impulse, Newman Weaving the World, Scent, Hive's Lament, Name Day Riddle. Oh, I wrote Name Day Riddle twice. Good God. So I am still missing a 7th. Old Moment. Pretty much this is all stuff I'm going to have to make tomorrow, but I think the Old Moment actually persists. Okay, horns and ivories is the key. Oh god, where do I find a scale desk? Actually, this should do the trick. Okay. That is actually a problem. That doesn't work. I don't think there's a scale in lantern. Ah! I think I'm waiting on... Yeah, I think I'm waiting on the pale desk on this one. Maybe an altar, actually. No, hang on. Oh yeah, no, hang on. There should be a lantern knock here somewhere. My bad. It was the sky that I was counting on. Right, and then this one doesn't take lantern. Okay, well, it's not that long of a wait for the pale desk, so... The fear may actually help in this case. Alright, so here's our earth sign. So yeah, again, I think probably all I can really expect at this point is to give myself a leg up for tomorrow rather than actually level up. Right's the roots, but as long as we can get through it, I'll be happy. And I won't fully give up on this, but... Okay. I suppose now is the time to decide, though. So of the things that I need, I've got the earth sign now, we've got the impulse, we've got the Newman, we have scent. Yeah, so actually the funny thing here is there's nothing else for me to get from the elements of the soul, so I might as well just make some money off of that. Here's Weaving the World, so more good news there. I would normally want to read the text, but we will be reading that again before too long. Okay, so this should combine with any given memory. We'll take horns and ivories. I'll add the hourglass for good luck. So as long as I have a memory, I can craft an old moment. So then the question is, which of these memories can I throw in? Maybe the answer to that... No, there's no question. We'll put the fear in. So that takes 90 seconds. So you can see the problem here, right? Is that if I wanted to... Let's say I wanted to also bring in Hive's Lament, what the hell am I going to do to make that happen, right? It's going to take too long. So what I'll probably do is I'll make the Savage Hymn overnight, and then we can turn that into a Hive's Lament tomorrow, at which point we'd be able to have... I don't think I can keep the impulse with me overnight. Yeah. So I need to make an impulse again. We'd have the Newman. So the easy stuff would be the scent and the impulse. So that would be a total of 4. We need 2 more after that. Okay, yeah. We will have what it takes, but it's going to maybe be a little complicated the day after. And in this case, I think because I've I can bring the storm with me, so that's not a big deal. At this point, I think we're just going to talk with Fraser about the event. I'll just free up the talk verb for tomorrow. Librarian, I have urgent business with you. I have my own oracle from the Rising While. I believe I have a perfect understanding. I am here to make sure. Alright, so he wants a 4 scale book. The wings to glory rising now return. The sights we're given are the sights we've earned. I hope I understand its meaning correctly, but I must confirm for myself. All right, so, oh, there we go, Stolen Histories. And it's written in plain English. And now I'm certain the most noble lineage of the Carapace Cross was Simifectra kind, the Glory-Winged. It is a lineage I have always felt a particular affinity with. A great day, librarian. A great day is coming. There we go. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Skimifectra kind, the Gladerflow kind, the Thridigate kind for the kind within. I'll also do a 2-hour ASMR special of Saint Tentretto. Almost certainly the most popular thing I will ever do on YouTube, I'm sure of it. I deserved a little quiet time. So yeah, this unfortunately is just going to go into making some money. I mean, I could brew the Eigengrau again, but to what end? Like, that was a mistake in Eigengrau anyway. The original hope would have been to use this to level up Rites of the Roots, but that's just not happening. Like, yes, we have 4. Yes, I'll be getting a moth, but there's no other way for me to get another moth in time. So, unless I'm completely forgetting some scent that, yeah, no, unless there's a 6th sense that I haven't found yet, I don't think we should expect, I don't think we should expect any other sources of memories. All right. Good day as far as money is concerned. Little disappointing with the results here, but again, like, there's not a whole lot. Like, it's in the end we've lost 2 memories, both of which can come back without a whole lot of trouble. So recall something lost, something scale aspected. So the old moments, you've had them too. Those, darn it. All right. Well, the good news is that I can still sleep on this. So you've had them too. Those moments when we seem to look out at the world through another's eyes. What if those moments were real? So for some reason I thought Old Moment was a persistent omen, but I guess that's the earthquake name. Bit of a disappointment there, but one will overcome. Light has fallen, dawn will come soon, so we rest with the Old Moment. We'll wait a little while longer. Actually, I should be able to... Yeah, I should be able to make the relevant music now. So the Mazarine Fife is really helpful. So the fact that the Mazarine Fife gives you 3 sky is already pretty great in terms of a tool, but the fact that you can take it to a desk is its real power. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to take this to Nona's desk. Yeah. So yeah, the trick here is I want to make the Savage Hymn. Just going to double check I get this right. Actually, Hive's Lament. Yeah, so the Hive's Lament requires 10 nectar. Oh, 10 nectar in an instrument. So actually, now that I think of it, I wonder... I don't think I have the element of the soul for it, though. Let's try, though. have to give up the earth sign. I'd have to give up the earth sign, and I still don't have enough nectar by a lot. Okay, well there's no nectar instrument. So the only other possibility here would be, and I think the answer is still no. So we got the piano where I could put the moth in here. Drums and dances doesn't work because it's not... Oh. I don't feel it was this difficult the last time I tried to do it. But then again, the last time I tried to do it, I believe I was using my heart, so... So yeah, we'll leave, we'll leave that alone. I'll wait a little bit longer through the night, and then we'll just get an early run on the scent. So yeah, not a great day, and it is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to get our it's going to be tough to get our memories for Rites of the Roots. The only thing I can say is that being able to get this thing up to 9 will absolutely be worth it. Because at that point, basically, we can read any book in the game. There may be like a couple of tricky bits, but no memories, no interruptions. Basically, we just we apply a skill and we learn something. Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at the scent now, as soon as I can find the watchful plant. This may be a case where I don't wind up talking with Reverend Timothy. I may have been a little too early on that scent. Nuts. Okay, we'll try that again. Just face first straight in the plant all night. Can't get enough of it. Okay. I'm going to try an idiot-proof... I was going to just say I should wrap it up here, but let's try an idiot-proof the next stream for myself. So, what a shame. So it turns out that basically I got to give up the Newman here. Which is fine, like it is what it is. Actually, while I'm at it, let's make it really interesting. So I'll also make the name day riddle. So that means that I need to commit to elements of the soul to restore the parts I used. Thanks, Algrins. Have a good night. I'm probably going to be heading there myself. I just, like I said, I wanted to dummy-proof my playthrough for tomorrow. So essentially I'm locking in all those 90-second tasks. The rest should be pretty straightforward. In fact, at this point, I can use the Faust. Yeah, so I can use the Faust to get the Impulse. I won't worry about the order in which I read things. I think it's Traveling at Night 1 that I can get that from. And then the Shaft is kind of left over. I could use it to bring in Reverend Timothy. Maybe I do, but I think probably I'll just hang on to it for a little while. So just so I can double check the score here, I'm getting a Earth Sign, Impulse, Newman, Scent, Heiselment, Name Day Riddle, and an Old Moment. So we actually have one memory more than we actually need right now, which is good, because it'll save me trying to generate whatever one is difficult again. Okay, so yeah, I think that's a good place to finish for tonight, especially because I have a couple of things that I need to take care of before I turn in for the day. But I think Wednesday we'll actually get to do some pretty interesting things. First of all, I'm really happy with how far we've gotten into the house in terms of investigations. I do know we're going to have our work cut out for us in terms of the Flood Gallery. But that's going to be what I spend my time considering once we've leveled up Rites of the Roots. Following that, we will read the White Jade Tablet. Now that one's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but when I say a little bit of a challenge, essentially what I mean here is that I'm going to need to use my Sacrolamea or whatever 10 Moth that I have, and then add an Impulse and a Tryst to that. So essentially what I'm saying is that I'm kind of constrained to a specific set of skills, whereas some of these other ones I just apply whatever skill and move on. Following that would be the last of the non-Newman texts. Now, we may get an offer from Oriflammes, and we'd certainly be able to pay for it all. But what's interesting here, right, is the remaining 3 texts in Cracktrack are Serpent Root, the Sun's Design, and the Sun Disfigured. So obviously these, well, at least 2 of these seem to be pretty clear connections to the sorts of things that the Twiceborn would be interested in. At the very least, they sound lanterny. So these may wind up giving me not just more Newman, but Newman that I might consider finishing the game with. And at that point, that will also be when it makes a little more sense for me to consider what determinations I want to write. Although I think I have enough to sort of tell me, Origin from Glory probably makes some sense. So at some point I would want to put some effort into learning how to make Uzult. But again, the first priority is going to be to level up Rites of the Roots. Second, read the White Jade Tablet. Third, get the Newman. And then finally we can consider what it takes to get certain inks or to get determinations made and so on and so forth. But if I'm honest, I would kind of like to buy a few more books and see what's in the library. The list I've got right now, which is not every book in my library, but that I've recorded, is currently 203 entries, so quite a few books. Anyways, I think we should call it here. So that's the 30th. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm going to try and see who's still online. I think there's still a few of you kicking around. So sadly nobody's doing... Oh, this is interesting. I have not had a chance to host this person, and I am really looking forward to doing that. So Yessie in the Stars is somebody who I met through another broadcaster. I believe she's actually been a reasonably popular Spanish-speaking streamer, but is I believe is actually kind of branching out on on her own and is doing some English streams. It looks like she is playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and has been doing so for about 2.5 hours. So I would love it if you would come along and show some support to Yessie and the Stars. Very, very nice person. And this is actually my first chance to see them broadcast sort of on their own, like as a broadcasting talent, or however else you'd put it. So I was hoping there'd be a couple more people coming on that. But you know what? Anybody coming along is better than nobody. So thank you everybody for watching and hanging out. I will be back on Wednesday for more Book of Hours, and we will lock in a few more of those Cracktrack texts. Have a great one. Have a great night, and thank you for all your thank yous. I'll see you soon. Bye.
We are so close to the United States, so it's harder, but definitely it's a possibility. Okay, guys, we need